2025, February 27th, 2025, March 21st, 2025, April 17th, 2025, and April 30th, 2025. Are there any amendments for 30th January 2025? Amendments for 27th February 2025. Amendments for 21st March 2025. Amendments for 17th April 2025. Amendments for 30th April 2025. Very well. Honourable Member, may I have a motion for the confirmation?
Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I'd like to move for the confirmation of the minutes for Thursday, January 30th, 2025, without amendments, any amendments made. Thursday, February 27th, 2025, Friday, March 21st, 2025, Thursday, April 17th, 2025, and Wednesday, April 30th, 2025.
Seconder, I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I wish to second that motion.
The question is that the minutes circulated, particularly minutes for January 30th, 2025, February 27th, 2025, March 21st, 2025, April 17th, 2025, and April 30th, 2025 be confirmed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Messages from the Governor General.
No, there are no messages from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Yes, please. I have a few announcements. My office is in receipt of notices of absence for the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6, the Honourable Member for Nevis 9, and the Honourable Member for Nevis 11. All three members will be absent from today's proceedings. I have one other announcement. Honourable members, over the past week, much has been said to suggest that the Parliament of St. Christopher and Nevis is in disarray. The Office of the Speaker wishes to categorically refute the narrative and to provide clarity on several matters of public interest, particularly the confirmation of minutes, procedural changes, and modernization and improvement of Parliament. I was sworn in as Speaker of this lawmaking body on the 25th of October 2022, following the general elections of 5th August 2022. It must be stated for the record that upon taking up my parliamentary duties, I was made aware that the Office of the Clerk did not have in place a Hansard system to enable the office to prepare minutes in accordance with Standing Order 11.1, which provides that the clerk shall keep the minutes of the proceedings of the National Assembly and of committees of the whole Assembly, which shall record the names of members attending, all decisions taken, and details of every division held. Additionally, there was no alternative mechanism within that office for the recording or preparing of minutes. Recognizing the importance of accuracy and transparency in parliamentary record keeping, my office took deliberate steps to remedy this gap by securing the services of a professional stenographer to assist the clerk's office in preparing the official minutes. Since the installation of a stenographer, upon completion, each set of minutes has been meticulously reviewed by my office. For minutes confirmed on 6th October 2025, they were circulated by my Office of the Clerk electronically to all members of Parliament on the 11th of July 2025, 3 months in advance of the 6th October 2025 sitting, inviting proposed amendments. Members of the Parliament were afforded a further opportunity to indicate any corrections during the sitting of 6th October 2025. To be clear, while it is being wrongly suggested that there was a breach of the rules of Parliament, I am confirming that no standing orders were breached and the minutes were confirmed with no opposing vote. To suggest that an illegality was committed in this regard is both dishonest and reckless, and further, clearly motivated by a misplaced desire to darken the halls of this honorable Parliament with political antics. The procedure employed was consistent with parliamentary standards and principles of good governance maintained by this Parliament under my leadership. It should be further stated that during the 6th October 2025 sitting, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7, who stood on a point of order to query the procedure, was afforded an opportunity to provide any amendments. The Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7, consistent with behaviour displayed in past parliaments, opted to leave the parliamentary chambers without proposing any amendment or participating in the vote to confirm the minutes. The Office of the Speaker reminds the members of Parliament, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, that confirmation of minutes was lawfully completed. It has now become incumbent upon me to shed light on a number of issues that were inherited and the corrective measures subsequently undertaken. My first day at the office revealed that the Speaker's office itself was being utilized as a storeroom for the Office of the Attorney General. There was no computer, however, one was later provided through the kind assistance of the Office of the Prime Minister. There was no internet access either. The premises contained old broken furniture which had to be replaced. It was pellucid that Parliament had not been treated as a national priority. In addition, the Speaker's office had to be completely reconfigured for practical and official use. The space was reorganized to reflect the dignity and functionality required for the administration of parliamentary affairs. Importantly, the Office of the Clerk had no previously designated working space, as the clerk operated primarily from the clerk's table in this Parliament, rather than from a dedicated office space. As a result, several official records were not properly kept or preserved. For example, there are no confirmed minutes of Parliament on file at the Parliament's precincts for any sittings whatsoever prior to this administration taking place on August 14th, 2022. I am speaking. No interruptions, please. The same was true for the Speaker's office, where key records and documents were either missing or inadequately organized. The lack of structure made the process of ensuring continuity, transparency, and accountability significantly more difficult. These circumstances represented serious institutional deficiencies that demanded immediate corrective action to restore proper record management and administrative continuity. I took immediate action and set about implementing corrective measures to rebuild the administrative foundation of the Parliament and ensure that accurate records of proceedings could once again be properly maintained. The clerk's office, which previously had no dedicated workspace, was furnished, equipped, to ensure professionalism and efficiency. The Deputy Clerk's Office, once used as an additional storage for the Attorney General's office, is now furnished and is a designated space from which to perform official duties. Moreover, the Parliamentary Lounge, which was reconfigured, is not only functional, but is frequently used by other government departments and overseas delegations. Under my stewardship, the National Assembly has implemented several transformative initiatives, including but not limited to the banning of single-use plastics and introduction of sustainable alternatives within the precincts of Parliament. A Commonwealth Parliamentary Association benchmark assessment was carried out to evaluate our parliamentary performance against Commonwealth standards. There was the introduction of sign language interpreters to promote accessibility and inclusivity of all nationals and residents in the Federation and overseas during parliamentary sittings. There has also been the facilitation of official travel opportunities for opposition members to represent the National Assembly at regional and international fora. There has also been continued training for parliamentarians, both government and opposition. Lastly, there has been an engagement with Pan-Americans to modernize and digitize the Parliament and develop an official website and design an AI-driven parliamentary management system, which will be customized to local operations. In fact, I met with the representatives of Pan-Americans as recent as Friday of the past week during the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Barbados to advance ongoing discussions on modernization and support initiatives for the Parliament of St. Kitts and Nevis. In addition, an awareness campaign will soon be launched to share knowledge on parliamentary rules and procedures, empowering citizens to better understand the workings of the National Assembly and to resist manipulation or misinformation offered by unscrupulous actors. Honorable members, nation building and institutional strengthening take time. However, the progress made within the short period of October 2022 to present has been recognized both locally and internationally. The Parliament of St. Christopher and Nevis has been commended for its advancements, modernization, and the renewed culture of respect and decorum that now characterizes its proceedings. When I accepted this office, I did so with a full understanding that leadership would have its ebbs and flows. Nonetheless, I remain steadfast in my work and committed to the continued advancement and integrity of this Parliament. Thank you. Next item, please.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions, government notices, unofficial notices, questions, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I would like to make a statement in my capacity as Minister of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities and Domestic Transport, and in particular for the Water Services Department. We are pleased to announce that progress is well advanced in the construction of the 2 million gallon per day desalination plant at the Paul Southwell industrial site. In fact, I can announce that I think yesterday they were able to power the plant for the first time to begin testing all of the trains of the plant. So over the next couple of weeks, they will be testing each facet of the plant to ensure that it can produce the fresh water that we need to return Bastia and its environs to 24-hour water. This has been a major commitment of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration. We made a commitment that we will undertake to ease and improve significantly the water situation of our Federation, in particular St. Kitts, and we are well on the way to do so. Added to that, the nation would recall that earlier this year, we undertook a hydrogeological assessment to determine the location of drilling sites that can produce fresh water from our aquifers. I am pleased to announce that we have received the final report of that analysis, which was submitted to the Water Services Department earlier this month, on October 6th to be exact. And the report has, very importantly, and we are pleased to announce, identified 17 sites that we can find water from, that has promised to provide potable water for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and in particular St. Kitts. We intend to pick the first best 10 of those sites as we go through the report to identify which ones has the best production capability. The sites are one site in Keon. Madam Speaker, I think you're from there, you have one well already, and we've identified another site. We have 2 sites identified in Molyneux, 2 sites identified in Tabernacle, 1 site identified in Bellevue, 2 sites identified in Sadlers, 1 site identified between Parsons and Dieppe Bay, 1 site identified in St. Paul's, 1 site identified in Newton Ground, 3 sites identified in Sandy Point, 1 site identified in Stonefort, 1 site identified in Old Road, and 1 site identified in Challengers. So it is important to note that we are not just dealing with the Bastia issue of water shortages. We have already done our work on that front, and we hope that that will be completed in a few weeks. But parallel to that, we are also assessing the western and northern side of the island to ensure that we maximize the groundwater resources that we have here on the island of St. Kitts. I want to further report that we went to procurement to identify a driller while they were doing their report on the hydrogeological sites. And the drilling contract was in fact signed on September 22nd of this year with Water and Oil Well Services Limited out of Trinidad and Tobago, who won the bid. The contractor has already received their mobilization. Once we had received the report and we knew that we had sites, the contractor was issued the notice to proceed, I think on October 10th, which indicates that he's to commence the works no later than December 1. So we should start drilling some in one of these sites no later, hopefully, than December 1. The Water Services Department has already had the kickoff meeting with the contractor, and the contractor has indicated that his equipment, including the drill rig, is expected to be in St. Kitts by mid-November, and drilling should start thereafter. So I just wanted to update the Parliament on these very critical updates as we still pursue our attempt to ease the water situation. I want to make one more statement on the issue of water. We have been having an increased level of rainfall recently, and many may ask, why is it that we are having this much rain and we still cannot have enough water in our pipes? Number one, let us look at the runoff water that we collect from our above ground sources, such as Wingfield, etc., in constituency number 4. Unfortunately, when we have this level of rain, the sources become extra saturated and therefore cause the sources to be filled with mud, causing something that is called silting, which forces us actually to take off the water supply. It is much better for us when it rains regularly and consistently than voluminous all at once, because then we have erosion and landslides in the mountains affecting the quality of our water. So residents from New Guinea to Limekiln will be particularly affected with this because they get water straight from the source and it will have silt in it if we don't allow it to ease off. So that's number one. Number two, people say, Minister, we see that we have a lot of water running in our guts when we have heavy rainfall. Why don't we capture that water and distribute it? Okay, let us entertain that, as I've said many times before. Presently, St. Kitts has about 7.5 to 8 million gallons worth of water storage. We need approximately 7 million gallons of water per day to satisfy St. Kitts. So let us say the Prime Minister decided not to do anything else with taxpayers' money and gave me enough money to build, let's say, 21 million gallons of storage instantly. And let us say we were able to find the money from somewhere to direct all of the guts to those 21 million gallons of storage. If we use 7 million gallons of water per day, how many days does that storage afford us? 3 days. So when we have heavy rains like today or yesterday, and we're able to fill that 21 million gallons of storage, that's great. But what happens when we hit January, February, March, April, May, when we don't have these heavy rainfalls? Therefore, those tanks will go empty. Our issue is not our ability to collect water. Our issue is not a storage issue. Our issue is a source issue. We need a consistent source and not larger storage. And that is what the Bastille Desal plant offers, for instance. It offers us a consistent source of 2 million gallons of water per day. What the drilling affords us is a consistent source that whether it rains or whether it is shining, our aquifers will be able to produce a certain number of gallons per day. Take the Bastille Valley Aquifer, for instance. In the dry season and in the wet season, the Bastille Valley Aquifer gives us in excess of 2 million gallons of water per day. It is not dependent on how heavy it rains. There is an aquifer there, and there is a certain rate at which we can draw down. For Bastille, it's just about over 2 million gallons. And so could you imagine the size of that aquifer? Could you imagine the size of that reservoir? If you do a quick calculation for 300 days of the year, taking over 2 million gallons of water, and let us say it doesn't rain in that time, that reservoir can hold 600 million gallons of water. We cannot compare or compete with that by building storage above ground. So therefore, we have gone through this in great detail with great analysis, and it has been determined that there are no other sources that are available to us through groundwater resources in the Bastille region. Any further sources we tap into in the Bastille area can further compromise the integrity of the Bastille Valley Aquifer. Our aquifers are what you call unconfined aquifers, meaning they're all interconnected in small spaces. So once you, for instance, drill a well in Shadwell, which we have, and one over in Bird Rock, it's all basically pulling from a similar source. And so not because Bastille itself is stretched means that we can just go nearby in Shadwell to pull additional water. They're all connected. And so the tremendous amount of analysis has been done, Madam Speaker, and we are confident that based on the expert advice, based on the analysis that has been done, we have decided to move forward with a reliable source of 2 million gallons of desal water in the Bastia region and to access the aquifers that we know are untapped in the western and northern side of the island. I hope that this is useful information for this House and for those listening. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise, of course, as the Minister with responsibility for finance, national security, citizenship and immigration, health and human resource management, and social security. Madam Speaker, I would of course like to start by commending you for your tremendous leadership in transformation and modernization of this honorable House. The fact that those who are from our community with hearing disability or hearing have, impairment rather, that they can participate for the first time in the history in this parliament. That alone is a tremendous transformation and must not be underscored. Madam Speaker, the fact that you have brought a stenographer to make sure that the minutes are taken in a professional way and made available, that is tremendous, Madam Speaker. The other changes that you are making to ensure that we professionalize this space, that documentation are properly stored and protected, these are transformational. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that you give everybody a fair chance in this honorable House to speak. Absolutely. There are those who choose to take the opportunity to speak, and those who choose to grandstand and create, want to create an atmosphere where it seems like there is no justice in this House. I want to vehemently oppose those type of antics. I hear you here clearly, Madam Speaker, when you said, if anyone wants to speak on the minutes, you have an opportunity. And it really saddens me, Madam, that people are not given the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I speak on statement of ministers.
Just a minute, Honourable Member.
And this...
Just a minute, Honourable Member.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is basically speaking on matters which you have just discussed or presented. Under the rules, once the Speaker had made her statement, there's no discussion or debate in relation to that. So that is not really something that could come up again by a minister.
Thank you.
To a discussion and argumentation.
Thank you.
Just as with the governor.
There's
Governor
no
General.
speaking while members are sitting. That is also a rule. Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7, for your contribution. Proceed, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, we cannot make up the rules as we go. And no member in here is the Speaker except the Speaker. Stop making up rules as we go. What does the rule say? Madam Speaker, it is sad for me as a minister with responsibility for all these things, see these things, and therefore I will continue to vehemently ask members to use your time wisely, to present and to debate, and stop seeking to create an atmosphere that does not exist in here. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I am responsible for all of things. and I want to give an update on good governance, Madam Speaker. When I took office and was sworn in as the Prime Minister, and look at my portfolio, there were things that I had to consider. For example, how do I treat former Prime Ministers of St. Kitts and Nevis? Madam Speaker, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzil Douglas, who is the longest serving Prime Minister in St. Kitts and Nevis, was denied by the third Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the member from number 7. He was denied a security and driver. How can you deny a former Prime Minister?
Madam,
I recognize the honourable member. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher
thank
7.
you, Madam Speaker. All matters of security were matters handled by the Chief of Police. There is no record of my intervention.
Allow the member to speak.
Sorry?
I'm saying allow the member to speak.
Thank you. There is no record anywhere of I making a determination with respect to security issues. The member for number 8 clearly is in breach of the rule in imputing an improper motive, and there is no evidence to that. For the record.
Let us be respectful, please. Honourable member for St. Christopher 8, you heard the intervention for St. Christopher 7.
Madam
You may
Speaker,
proceed.
I am responsible again for a good part of the good governance agenda, and I will continue as the Minister. Madam Speaker, I will go on and state a fact that the third Prime Minister and the second Prime Minister and the longest serving Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis was denied a driver and security. Madam Speaker, in my space as the Minister with responsibility for security of this country, my strong recommendation was that the third Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, member from number 7, irrespective of the fact that he's on the opposite side, has nothing to do with it. I said to them, my strong recommendation is he must be provided with a driver and security. And he has that.
Madam Speaker, again, for the record, on the day after the elections, the member for number 8 directed that all security services, all vehicles be removed. On the very Saturday, he directed that.
Very well, but you
He
can't.
directed that.
I will handle it. Honourable members, honourable members,
I'm
honourable
speaking to the
members,
Speaker now.
honourable members.
Please. He directed that, so how can he come now and say that he recommended about security and driver?
Thank you, honourable member, for your
Speaker, and I
intervention.
also want to draw to your attention that the member for number 3 stays there and say, you are a sick man. That kind of language is
I did not hear that.
Unparliamentary. And I want to put it on record.
Honourable member,
Madam
wait,
Speaker.
let me respond.
When a member is
Honourable
speaking,
member, I've heard you.
the rule,
I
just
have
one
heard
last
you.
point, Madam, I didn't say this. I was on my feet and he keeps interrupting me, as is the usual pattern. The rules are clear that when a member is speaking,
Let the member
members opposite should
Honourable-
remain silent. The public can't even hear me.
Honourable members,
Hear that?
honourable members, let the member finish so that we can proceed. Thank you. Honourable member for St. Christopher 7, are you finished with your presentation? Yes or no? If you are not, then you continue.
I
I
am
have
not
given
going
you-
to be in this war.
So you
with
are
the members
declining.
opposite.
You're yielding. Very well. The member has yielded. However, I have to address one thing. First, the member has yielded. I gave him an ample opportunity. He has yielded. Secondly, honourable member for St. Christopher 7, You spoke to one of the directives that the member for number 8 would have given. However, you cannot say for certain whether that was the only directive that he gave. The member is speaking to something that he did personally, and so you cannot dispute that without facts to oppose same. Honourable Member, proceed.
Madam Speaker, as one can see each time he stands, I sit and I sit quietly and I give him the opportunity to speak. It is clear. Those who are watching and those who are listening can see that. But the facts are the facts. Madam Speaker, when I become Prime Minister, P3 is the vehicle for the Prime Minister, irrespective of who the Prime Minister is. And I was the Prime Minister, so P3 would come to me. It is what it is. He could not continue to drive in P3. However, I provided a vehicle for him.
Madam Speaker, for the record. Madam Speaker, for the record. Once he had withdrawn the vehicles, the only vehicle that I use has been a private vehicle. And the vehicles were drawn on the very night.
Very well, Honourable Member. However, you have not addressed what the member said. You chose to use those. He gave another intimation. He spoke specifically. Let me finish. Do not interrupt me. Honourable Member, do not interrupt me. I am being very respectful to all members. I am giving all members an opportunity to speak. You cannot reference one rule and ignore the others. The main rule in this parliament is that when I am speaking, everyone else is to be quiet. I allowed you to present on several occasions, and so when I am speaking, I expect the same respect to be afforded to me. And that goes for both sides. Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, you can present. Present on what you did and what you instructed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, I believe in decorum, and when you ask me to sit, I will sit. And when the member from number 7 speaks, or any other member, I will keep absolutely quiet. And so there will be no over-talk or cross-talk. I'll give the member from number 7 his full time to talk, and I want that to be noted as well. Madam Speaker, these are the facts. I left him with a vehicle when he was not. I left him with a security. I left him with a driver. Those are the facts. It's just that he could no longer drive in P3, because P3 is the vehicle for the Prime Minister. That is understood. However, the former Prime Minister, the second Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas, who is a member of my cabinet, when he was no longer the Prime Minister in 2015, and these are facts, he was not given neither vehicle nor driver. Additionally, I went further to give a transition and offered duty-free, Madam Speaker, duty-free, to all former Prime Ministers, including the third Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, in the spirit of good governance. The second Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas, was denied his duty-free. But I said, I will not continue in that vein, because I've learned a principle in life. Do not adopt the principles of those who you oppose, because while you might be different to them in person, you are not different to them in essence. So I decided that will not be a part of how I govern. The third Prime Minister, the member from number 7, was offered a vehicle, driver, security. The only thing he could not drive in was P3, which is understandable, with duty-free. All of that he got. All of that was denied to the member from number 6, who was the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas, who was the Prime Minister then. Madam Speaker, more than that, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas, the longest serving Prime Minister, member from number 6, was denied a diplomatic passport of this country. Denied a diplomatic passport. He was a member of Parliament and the former Prime Minister, irrespective irrespective of how you feel personally, if we believe in good governance, how can such a man who contributed so significantly to this country and continues as an MP be denied his diplomatic passport? And guess what? All the MPs in here and the minister with responsibility for immigration, they want to apply for a diplomatic passport. I am not denying them. The member from number 7, the former prime minister, he too has a diplomatic passport if he wishes. No denied.
Madam Speaker,
Several members are on their feet.
I may get up yet.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7. The Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7 rose first.
again, the member for number 8 is misleading the public. I have never, since the Mitted office, been offered a diplomatic passport. Never. And never have I used a diplomatic passport since the Mitted office. And everyone at immigration knows that. Never since the 5th of August have I used a diplomatic passport. Never.
That's not what he was saying, Honourable
Never
Member.
was I offered a diplomatic passport. Never.
That is not what the member was saying, Honourable Member.
That is what he's putting out.
That is
That's
not
your
what he said. Whether
interpretation.
that is what you interpreted, Honourable Member, whether that is what you interpreted is a different scenario. You cannot misconstrue the words and expect me to rule on that. That is not what he said, Honourable Member. Kindly proceed, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. So, Honourable Member for St. Christopher, I
Not yet.
apologize. The Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Not yet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this experience is highly irregular. Clearly not, there's no basis for this, not for the time that I sat in opposition or the time that the Labour administration led this parliament. What rules in the standing order allows a minister to interrupt on statement by ministers unless it's for clarification? Last week, the member for number 7 left in 2 minutes saying that the confirmation of minutes had no basis in law. Where is the basis and the reference for interrupting the statement by ministers? There is also an opportunity for the member for number 7 to present his queries on the questions. He must use the parliamentary procedures properly. And in fact, I'll end by stating, not only is it highly irregular, it's very discomforting to have to experience this with a member who spends, on average, 3 minutes in parliament, then leaves.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your contribution.
Madam Speaker,
Proceed,
I will
Honourable
say-
Member for St.
Thank you
Christopher
so much,
8.
Madam Speaker. I continue to follow your rules. When you ask me to sit, I sit. And when you ask me to stand, when you acknowledge me, when I stand, I acknowledge your acknowledgement. And I also give the member from number 7 all the space to speak. And I want that to be recorded because I believe in good governance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the truth is the truth. None of them have been denied any diplomatic passport. Whether they choose to apply for it, it is there. They have a choice, and those are my words. The member from number 7 has a driver who is also security, who is paid by the state of this country. He's afforded the respect as a former prime minister under our ambit of good governance. However, the member from number 6 was denied his diplomatic passport when he applied. The member from number 6 was denied a driver. The member from number 6 was denied a security. The member from number 6 was denied his dutiful. Treating the man like he never represented and led St. Kitts and Nevis.
Took him to court when other people give him.
And therefore, I want to put that on record so that the good governance agenda that I am leading is being seen to be going along the path that we wish. Madam Speaker, that is why I brought it up. I know it would fluster feathers, but it has to. And those are the truth, Madam Speaker. We are treating the member from number 7, who was the former Prime Minister, with the decorum and the respect that a former Prime Minister should be treated with. And also the first Prime Minister, who happens to be a national hero, also treated with the respect and decorum as a former Prime Minister, irrespective of the fact that he is also a national hero. That is how we should treat people, Madam Speaker. It is important. And I say that because there are those who want to spread this whole idea that governance is under threat. This is the first time, or first time in a long time, that something like this has happened. And therefore, I wanted to put that on record, that the member from number 7, the former Prime Minister, has a driver, security, duty-free, and has never been denied a diplomatic passport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the point is well taken. Madam Speaker, in speaking to issues, I want to report that we have been holding town hall meetings as Minister of Finance. We went to Sadler's and we had a town hall meeting on the budget, and we had a good interaction and discussion with the people from Sadler's. From what I can remember, I think this might be one of the first times that the budget consultation is in the outside of the Bastia area. I think we did it 2 years ago, and we have brought it back. And I think in short order next week, we'll be heading to Sandy Point for more consultation with our people with respect to the budget. As the Minister of Finance, I wanted to bring that to the fore. Madam Speaker, on the issue of health, I want to report that I had a meeting this morning with health leadership, and to say that cancers are very high, in the first or second place of mortality in this country, mortality meaning deaths. The number 1 cancer causing death is prostate cancer. What we recognize is that the most of the cancers, the incidence or the prevalence, that means people who just diagnosed or people who live with cancer, the highest number, women. However, the highest number of deaths, men. Which means that men in St. Kitts and Nevis are dying at a disproportionately higher rate than women. It could mean a number of things. Maybe men are not accessing medical care enough. And I want to encourage our men to access medical care. In Heavy Health Center, there's a men's clinic. Any man can get a prostate test done for free at any clinic in St. Kitts and Nevis. You don't have to wait until they do it at the lodge. And I want to thank the lodge for its outreach. It's an excellent community outreach in terms of health. But I want to say in every clinic, there's a men's clinic, and you can get your prostate test done. I want to encourage men 40 and up, please get your prostate test done, because we are seeing too many deaths from prostate cancer here in the Federation. In addition to that, we have a specialist in prostate at the hospital, a urologist. We have a prostate specialist at the hospital. Just go to the hospital, go to your clinic and say you want to see the prostate doctor. When you go to your private doctor, ask about the prostate doctor at the hospital if prostate is an issue, so that you can go and get further care, Madam Speaker. And so I want to encourage our men. Madam Speaker, I also looked at the HIV statistics. We have seen a downturn in the HIV statistics. However, of all the persons who are tested for HIV, only 1/3 are men. However, the new incidences, or the incidences rather, mean the new cases, are mostly men. So if men are testing less, but you are finding HIV more in men than women, this is a serious issue, Madam Speaker. It means that the health of our men is under attack, from cancer and also from HIV. It means, therefore, the uncomfortable conversations must be had. The uncomfortable conversations that our society may not want to have. That we have to end discrimination as far as possible. End discrimination of our men who might be gay, bisexual, or men having sex with men. So that this group can access the care more freely and access the preventative care. Madam Speaker, it is a serious, serious matter. And I believe in a society free of discrimination, because discrimination is affecting finding how many cases are truly out there, and it's also affecting those who need care, sometimes from not coming forward in terms of getting testing and treatment thereafter. Our men, and I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, but overall we are seeing an excellent trend in health, that the excess deaths after COVID, they are going down, so we are seeing more survivability and so forth, and I want to commend P.S. Martin and the CMO and DHI and all those who are invested in health, all the professionals such as the nurses, the doctors, lab technicians, pharmacists, even those who take care of the grounds and the maid staff and all those who contribute to health, because we are moving in the right direction. But I must bring this to the other thing that's affecting us is still the high blood pressure and the diabetes and the obesity. And I want to encourage our people to exercise. You know, it's a good basis. I think Labour could start to exercise. PLP could start one, PAM could start one, as long as the people exercise it. The monthly walk's good, you know. Good, excellent. And maybe if Pam can do it and we can do it and we get the country moving. We can agree on that. I think all of us in here, Madam Speaker, the House can agree on the fact that all of us support exercise. And maybe you could invite the House to walk, you know, Madam Speaker, and let's see who will show up. I will show up, and all of us can show up to walk. And tell our people, irrespective of your politics and whatever, we believe in one thing in here, healthy living. And so, Madam Speaker, I really want to stress it, because these things a lot of them are preventable, and I think if we all unite and come together on the fact that we want to promote healthy living, I think that we can definitely achieve those things. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say, as well, as I wrap up, we had an engagement with respect to a particular bill that was passed in this House, and that was held at NEMA. And I want to thank all of the citizens who came out. At that engagement was also the PAM leadership, the PAM leader and the two deputy leaders and other members, along with people from the public, our citizens, and we had a useful engagement. And when I looked at it, I said how proud I am to be in a country like St. Kitts and Nevis. We are under this Labour Party's leadership. The Prime Minister sits down and face ordinary citizens who can stand to a mic and challenge the Prime Minister, ask the Prime Minister the tough questions, and the Prime Minister sits, listens, and responds accordingly. That is powerful. And that is the type of engagement that we want, because you cannot promote a good governance agenda without the people be afforded these opportunities to have their voices heard. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say that that engagement was well received as well. Madam Speaker, as you know, from the Traffic Department, as I said here sometime before, we will use technology to help to curb a lot of the deaths on the road. From the research of the Traffic Department, and we had engaged specialists in accidents and so forth, speeding was the #1 cause of deaths on our roads. Speeding. And what we said is that we had to encourage our people to cut their speed. Research has shown that the faster you go, the most likely it is for you to suffer or to get into an accident. And we saw the deaths in motor vehicle accidents. We saw that they went up, Madam Speaker. And so I want to encourage our people to really cut their speed. This technology that we are introducing will be able to detect who has been moving fast and where you have been moving fast. This is not in any effort to do anything else other than to save lives. I want to encourage our people. Let us drive with due care and attention and to cut our speed. St. Kitts is not big. To go from any place to St. Kitts and Nevis, even if you drive fast, it's only a few minutes you're going to save. The risk of death is not worth it. A few extra minutes is not worth it. This is not when you're in the States and you're going from one state to the next and you're traveling for hours, and the difference between 60 miles per hour and 40 miles per hour can mean an hour, which is a significant amount of time, relatively. But in St. Kitts and Nevis, to go from Sandy Point to Bastille, just a few minutes. If you drive faster, you're going to reach 5 minutes earlier. Is it worth the risk? We want our people to leave home and return home. Those who take the bus to leave home and return home. And so we are encouraging our people to really cut speed so that we all can live the best life we can live. This is about the preservation of life. Nothing else, Madam Speaker. And therefore I want to encourage our people to be responsible on the road. We will collect the data, and accordingly we will make sure that as we collect the data determines what will be our policies and strategy to deal with death on the road. Madam Speaker, the last one I want to point out before I sit is that the MRI building is basically complete. It's the housing for the MRI. The type of MRI we want to bring in, it merits a special type of building with specifications. I want to thank Dr. Frank Laws, who is our special envoy for health, and his collaboration with the Philips Company, where we are now reaching the final stages of having our MRI here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So we have built a housing that has cost a few $1 million, I will put it that way, and that is because we just didn't want an MRI in a container, as was at the Biomedical Center, that is popularly known as the Monkey Farm. What we want in the Federation is an MRI with modern housing so that it can accommodate everybody, those who are smaller and those who happen to have some extra pounds, because they too should be looked after. So it is a modern MRI system that is not housed in a container, because when it is housed in a container, as the Biomedical Center, aka Monkey Farm, it can only accommodate persons of a certain size. So we had patients who could not be treated in St. Kitts and Nevis or could not have had an MRI because they could not fit in or they cannot fit into the present MRI machine that we have. And that is why we have gone the length and breadth, Madam Speaker, to build a housing, which means the place where the MRI will be, to be as modern as possible so that we can get a machine that can accommodate all of our citizens here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And our patients and our people would have the option of whether they will do the MRI at the hospital, in private, or whether they will choose to go to the Biomedical Center, aka Monkey Farm, or have their MRI done in a modern facility at JNF. Madam Speaker, I also want to touch on the last aspect with health, that as you know, we are building out a new ambulance fleet. I have said that one of the delays we have had is because of the supply chain. So we are ordering these ambulances from Toyota. We chose Toyota because, one, we have a Toyota dealership. Two, the roads we have, which are the much smaller roads, so that we can accommodate anywhere you live. If you live up to an alley, we want to be able to come up to your alley for you. And three, because we want never to have any ambulance problem again. In about 2017, 2018, I remember the hospital was raising funds to buy ambulances. You shouldn't have to raise no funds to buy no ambulances. If private people want to do it, they do it. But the government has a responsibility to make sure that we always have enough ambulances. And that was about 2017, 2018. And on taking office, I said we have to put an end to this ambulance dilemma here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And I want to say that in speaking to the dealership, the ambulances are expected to be here tomorrow. There will be 5 brand new ambulances. However, in the interim, we had bought the refurbished ones because they were readily available so that they can fill the gap right away until we would get the brand new ambulances that would be here. And so I got the word on Wednesday that the ambulances should be here tomorrow, barring everything holds up. So I want to really say that this would be a very good addition to our healthcare offerings here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that we continue to invest heavily in health. The other thing I would add is that the new hospital will start its construction before the year's end. As you know, a hospital is one of the most detailed building that you would have to do. It is extremely detailed, and so we have gone through the detail of construction readiness rather, in terms of plans and EIA and all those things that are required. And so we would start. Why do we need a brand new hospital? Because I was asked that question down in Sadler's. When we got in, Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, the hospital was leaking. As a matter of fact, there were departments that had buckets. A&E had 7 buckets, Madam Speaker, 7 buckets, a very interesting number. 7 buckets. And each time the rain falls, you had to pull the buckets out and put the buckets in. So there I was as a doctor, rain coming and the buckets there in the middle of the floor and the rain dropping. And I said, look at this. Surplus after surplus and I'm in the hospital and rain dropping. Buckets. The other part of the hospital, you couldn't tell the difference between roof and sky. You look up and there's no difference. We have corrected all of that. We have done a lot of work on the different areas, Madam Speaker. And so we invested heavily to patch the roof and fix the roof so that we can cut down a lot on the rain that was entering into the building when rain fell. And so, however, we recognize that the way that the hospital is structured and built, it has the time has passed for it. Modern healthcare cannot be delivered in a structure like that. I'm a medical doctor, I know. The demand or the demands on health are increasing significantly. And you need at least the infrastructure which would allow you to deliver it. 1, the way the rooms are situated. 2, the connection between the emergency room and the surgical theater. There's so many little things in there that I can go through. But in that time, it served its purpose. The fact that the roof keeps leaking and the engineering is a serious problem to stop it as well. But we have a plan with the Taiwanese to continuously work on it to make sure that it does not leak. The other thing is the issue of climate change and stronger hurricanes and so forth. If we were to get hit the way the roof is, we don't think that roof would survive. So we want to build a modern facility that can be accredited to the international standard, that can withstand the strongest hurricanes that are expected under these conditions of climate change, and so that we can deliver the type of health care that we have to deliver. So we are building an institution for the next 40, 50 years, which our people deserve. The same that they have in other places, we can have it here in St. Kitts and Nevis as well. And so that is a meaningful investment. I want to say we are investing heavily in water that has to do with health. Once we get the 24/7 water, viral infections will go down. It will be very likely because viruses are spread through that type of thing. Water running. See? Water already running through the desal plant. Madam Speaker, we have invested $50 million in water because we want to get back water to 24/7. When people are water stressed, it causes stress in a lot of different areas. Somebody's supposed to be able to turn on the water 3 o'clock in the morning in St. Kitts and have water. That is why we have invested $50 million. Now you was talking about surplus after surplus and you can't get a drink of water. How does that make sense? Yeah, it's already Nevis. Yeah. So we play catch up here. So that would have a tremendous impact on our health here in St. Kitts and Nevis as well. So investing in the water is something that is very important. So as you can see, as we continue to invest, you would recognize that we are investing in first our people, our people's health, our people's quality of life. Oh, see the beautiful pictures here. 2 million gallons, $50 million. We are serious about it. We are investing in energy as well. Because one of the issues that we recognize at the power plant is that the generators were old and they were breaking down. And right now we have a $40 million procurement going through with the Saudis to get brand new generators here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Those generators have to be built, of course, but we are already in the process. And then we have done by Castalia, a reputable company, a full evaluation of our solar energy needs, and the report will come in short order. If not this week, next week I'm told, but definitely before the month ends. Why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this, Madam Speaker, really to show that we are comprehensively investing in the right areas so that we can improve the quality of life of our people. I will lastly say that a government that cannot give its people water is a government that is not worth its salt. The people of Cayon, I know they are much happier because they tell me they can get up 3 o'clock in the morning and get water. And to add to what the minister mentioned as well, is that they're going to build a new tank in Cayon. They've already cleared the area to bring more relief to a very small area and generally to help the water situation in St. Kitts and Nevis, and that would help the health situation of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis as well. Madam Speaker, with that, I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak in this honorable House and to say that the good governance agenda is on its way, because if the former Prime Minister from number 7 can have a security, a driver, duty-free, and no denial of a diplomatic passport, it says that the agenda is well on its way. May it speak you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, it is with an incalculable sense of pride that I rise to present this parliamentary statement on behalf of the ministry that I have been privileged to lead sustainable development, specifically lands. Today, all of St. Kitts and Nevis welcome and celebrate the new landowner status of the people. Of Lagreet, New Amsterdam, Lagreet, Bastyr, New Amsterdam, St. Paul's, and as of this evening at 4:30 p.m., Upper Monkey Hill, St. Peter's. Wow. We know and appreciate that this is deeply meaningful and surely a historic occasion. Absolutely. The handover ceremonies and exercises come under the Ministry's Land Allocation, Normalization and Distribution Initiative of 2025 and 2024 and are a result of ongoing efforts, joint efforts between the Ministry of Sustainable Development and its subsidiary bodies, specifically the Department of Lands and Surveys, Constituency Empowerment, as well as partners in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, specifically the Land Registry Office, and of course the Ministry of Finance, specifically the Inland Revenue Department, to regularize squatters' lands across St. Kitts and provide ownership to long-term occupants. These exercises are important, but more importantly, the distribution is legitimate, it's certified, registered, and stamped documents marked the end of a cycle of disempowerment and marginalization perpetuated by an uncaring few and the start of the fulfillment of not just a process, but of the embodiment of rights and justice and the reparations of a process of wrong meted out by an uncaring few. We, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration, had one goal in mind: the empowerment of people. Recipients are distributed as follows: Lagreed Bastyr, 68 persons. New Amsterdam St. Paul's, 25 persons. Upper Monkey Hill St. Peter's, Part 1, 38 persons. A total of 131 households are now empowered with this exercise. Our ministry has made a commitment to empower another 42 households in Upper Monkey Hill, a part of our regularization exercise that will continue, along with another 25 plus homes in the Pasture Saddlers Village. For so long, these households have lived with a sense of uncertainty, building homes and raising families without the peace of knowing that the land beneath their feet was truly something they could call their own. That changed yesterday. This initiative is at the heart of sustainability, in the ways we build communities, how we resource our people, and how we provide access to infrastructure, services, and opportunity that's importantly not politicized. Pillar 5 of our Sustainable Island State Agenda speaks to sustainable settlements. And we believe that through these land regularization initiatives, we are marking a major step towards the manifestation of our Sustainable Island State Agenda. When residents of Lagreed and New Amsterdam and Upper Monkey Hill willingly adjusted their fences to accommodate their neighbors, moved their farms a few feet, uprooted their coconut trees, they demonstrated that community action and collaboration and partnership with a caring government led by a caring leader in the member for number 8 was the only way towards sustainability. These small actions, which may have resulted in smaller lots for some, have resulted in astronomical changes in security standards in their communities. It means standardized access to fire services, health services, and other key institutional services. Madam Speaker, what does true empowerment mean for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis? Legacy and generational wealth. Through this handover of official, real certificates, not empty COTs stuffed in envelopes for pictures, this government reaffirms our dedication to putting people first, securing the safety and security of our present and future generations, and building a legacy that extends beyond us all. The St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration is guided by a simple yet profound philosophy for the good that we can do. A true Labour, for there is only one Labour, not two, is dedicated to the empowerment of people without transactional metrics and is committed to ensuring the rights of people to stay where they have been for years, the rights to dignity and the rights to land that our first premier and first national hero, the Right Excellent Sir Robert Llewellyn-Bradshaw, intended for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis with the nationalization of land. A bold but generationally impactful decision to transform the lives of every generation of Kittitian and Nevisians with access to land. And some who do not understand or live by the principles of Papa Bradshaw have sought to undo such. But thankfully, our former Prime Minister of the Labour administration, the Right Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas, and our current Prime Minister of the Labour administration, the Honourable Dr. Terence Drew, understand the philosophy and principles of a Papa Bradshaw Labour. And I think that deserves some applause. Perhaps one of the most striking testimonials in yesterday's ceremony at Lagreed was from a new official landowner, Veronica Sheila Jeffers, who explained in her words that she moved to Lagreet with her son, who is now 43 years old, when he was only 1. What does this mean in relation to the laws that govern this federation? According to the Village Freeholders Act, she is entitled to the land free of cost. Not at $2 per square foot, as she said, with her own words, the member for number 7 under his leadership offered her. Free. Madam Speaker, free of cost.
Just honourable, I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher
Madam
7.
Speaker, again, in accordance with Rule 43, the member is telling an untruth. I never offered anybody any land.
She said under your leadership.
No, but she's been deliberate.
She said under your leadership, and she can speak to what someone
We provided the person there an opportunity in keeping with the policy. What they have done is to repeat the process.
Very well.
Over again.
Thank you, honourable
All
member.
those persons were empowered.
Thank you, honourable member, for your contribution. Proceed, honourable member.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, as the representative for,
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
On a point of order, as the representative for constituency number 3, the constituency that Lagreet is in, I want to clear and correct the record. What transpired yesterday in the full and total empowerment of the people of Lagreet was not a repeat exercise of the gimmick that happened prior to 2022. For the record, the administration led by the member for number 7 provided the residents of Lagreet with a blank COT. A blank COT, and as I pause for his exit, as per usual in this honorable house.
It lasts long today.
The royal exit.
The stooge is gone with it.
So, for the record, the administration led by the member for number 7 provided the people of Lagreet blank COTs, as well as a letter inviting them to purchase the land at $2 a square foot. They then proceeded to write articles which I can provide for the House that they had transferred ownership of the land to the people of Lagreet, which was the furthest thing away from the truth. For you to have ownership of any land in this country that was previously Crown land, first the Crown must offer you something called a Crown grant, of which you then have to get it, you have to pay your stamp duties at Inland Revenue, and then further have that registered in the court at the land registry with your folio number and your stamp and signed by the registrar. Not book and folio. Thank you, member for number 2, lawyer. Stamped and sealed by the registrar. None of that happened prior to 2022. None of that could have happened either, because there was a letter offering them the land at $2 per square foot. A commitment was made by myself as I lobbied for the support of the constituency that I believed that because they had lived on the land for generations, that they had already earned the right to own the land. And we made a commitment that when we get to government, we would facilitate the transfer of the land to them. We went further, at no cost. We went further. We afforded them the opportunity to not have to pay any legal fees to have the Crown grants done and to have anything done in the court. The government took care of all of that. So yesterday, what they received was not a blank COT. It was not an invitation to purchase the land. It was not a gimmick. It was a real copy of a duly registered certificate of title in the land registry of this country, signifying that for once and for all, that they are the true and only owners of the land that they would have occupied for the last 40 and more years in the Lagreed area. This is a tremendous accomplishment, and I wanted to take this opportunity to correct the record of the member for number 7 who sought to mislead this House in suggesting that it was a repeat process. This was a completely different process with a completely different outcome, where we now have over 68 or 67 new landowners in Lagreed. And we continue as the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Administration Party to believe at St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration and government that our duty is to empower the people that we serve, and we will continue to do for the good that we can do, and we will block every attempt by those who seek to involve politics in everything that they do. We will block every attempt of that we just saw to mislead and fool the people. So those of you who are seeing things on online, etc., this process never happened before. The residents were so upset about what transpired then that they voted in overwhelming numbers to say we refute you trying to fool us again when it comes to our land. And so I wanted to correct the record for this House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member, Dr. Clark. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for number 3 for clocking that truth. Clock it. And we will proceed, and I will read everything in my statement because the public deserves the truth. And I continue. The most striking testimonial in yesterday's ceremony at Lagreed was from a new landowner, Veronica Sheila Jeffers, who explained that she moved to Lagreed when her son was 43. When her son, who is now 43, was 1. This means, according to the laws of our federation, under the Village Freeholders Act, she is entitled to the land free of cost, not at $2 per square foot that the previous Minister for Sustainable Development and Prime Minister and member for number 7, who just left, as per usual, under the failed Unity administration, offered for likes and for photos and for votes. So in case you don't read the act, because as the member for number 3 stated, some persons come here and leave and go on public media to grandstand and misinform, and we have to fight disinformation in this parliament. The Act. Village Land Freehold Purchase Act, Cap 1021. The purpose of this act is to establish by law a right for tenants of lots on village lands who satisfy the requirements of this act to purchase the freehold at a purchase price to be determined in accordance with Section 4.1, notwithstanding any other law or any term or condition of any lease or license relating to tenancy. It is a term or condition of any tenancy of a lot situate on village lands that the tenant, as of a right and at his or her option, may, if she or he is a qualified tenant, acquire the freehold of the lot of which he or she is a tenant, provided that the tenant is responsible for the payment of legal fees and surveyor's fees. A qualified tenant of a lot is a tenant who, at 31st December 1995, is residing on the lot and has been so residing since the 27th day of February 1967, either on his or her own behalf or as a member of the family of the tenant, or partly as such member of the family and partly on his or her own behalf since the 27th day of February 1967. We must read to be informed, and we must not allow grandstanding members of this parliament to misinform and misguide us. It is important for me to state what the government partnership resulted in and reiterate the points raised by the member for number 3. The ministry did not do this alone. We worked with the cabinet of ministers. First, our cabinet submission was co-sponsored by the Ministry of Infrastructure, the member for number 3, in pushing for a reparation of justice for the people of Lagreet. It was strongly supported by all members of cabinet, and further instructions were provided by the member for number 8, the Prime Minister and Chairman of the Cabinet, to also look at the people of Upper Monkey Hill who have been historically on their lands for over 100 years and had no titles. Also supported by the member for number 6, Senior Minister, representative for Constituency 6, who also brought to the attention of the Cabinet and the Ministry the people, the Rastafarian community, the marginalized community of Amsterdam, now called New Amsterdam. This went then to the Department of Lands and Surveys for field work, documentation, assessments, surveys, and boundary adjustments. To the Ministry of Sustainable Development and its Administration Office for documentation and confirmation. To the Department of Constituency Empowerment for data collection and community meetings. To the Ministry of Legal Affairs for preparation of Crown grants. To the Governor General's Office for the signing of Memorandum of Transfers. To the Courthouse for the oaths. To the Ministry of Finance Inland Revenue for calculations of stamp duties and transfer taxes. To the Land Registry for registration, including the work of the Physical Planning Department, who has engaged these communities on getting their as-built assessment and confirmation so that they can be approved by planning post-construction. The Department of Water, who has made a commitment in particular to the people of New Amsterdam for water installation. Skelec, who has made its own commitment to the installation of infrastructure for homes which don't have them. And to NHC, who has also made its commitment to housing assistance for the most vulnerable amongst these groupings. Madam Speaker, we are working for the people. The Ministry of Sustainable Development, under my leadership and the administrative and accounting leadership of P.S. Duart-Tyson, has truly led a transformative effort and must be thanked. And this cannot be undone by grandstanding and departures of any member of Parliament. Special thanks must be given to the former Director of Lands and Surveys, Mr. Dwight Francis, and to the new Acting Director of Lands and Surveys, Mr. Shezon Tuckett, including his lead surveyors, Aixia Douglas and Versal Hendrickson, other members of staff, Ishmael Ramsey, and the entire staff at the Lands and Surveys Department. I must also give special thanks to the team at administration and the special land team, including led by P.S. Duart-Tyson, with myself, Janelle Truss, Kimberly Tuckett, Tiana, Kezia, Ronell, Jared, and all of the names I cannot name, but must be named and must be registered in the minutes in this Parliament. Special thanks, and very importantly, thanks must be given to the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and the Land Registry Office for their commitment and support. Special mention of the Senior Legal Officer, Mrs. Tashna Powell-Williams, and the Land Registrar, Ms. Shelley Isles and her team, and Mr. Gift and his team at Inland Revenue. Madam Speaker, this has been 2 years of work. In the last 6 months, officers at every ministry named here have worked weekends, have worked overnight and overtime to ensure this process happened for these 131 families. In fact, I got a message this morning from a member of staff at the Land Registry, Mr. Cedric Clark, who said, here, we are ready for Upper Monkey Hill. Worked weekends, worked till midnight. The PS went over to Nevis for special goatskin paper because we ran out in St. Kitts printing these certificates, these real legitimate certificates for the people of Lagreet, New Amsterdam, and Upper Monkey Hill. And this must be applauded, and it must be registered. I use this opportunity to reference and invite the members of Parliament to review the draft of the NSEAM bill, which should be read for a second time and a third time in our next sitting of Parliament. This bill not only helps with conservation and biodiversity, but speaks to critical matters of land regularization and access to special areas of interest. I reference this to make a clear declaration that our exercises in land regularization are guided by policy and legislation. We do not have the authority to regularize squatters in guts, on beaches, or other environmentally sensitive areas, so there ought not be any fear for persons who think that regularizing some groups of squatters would lead to people taking up squatting in sensitive areas and then being regularized. That is not the intention. The work of the Ministry of Sustainable Development over the years cannot be undone. And I'm talking about the last set of years from 2022, not talking about the years prior to that, when the ministry was led by the member for number 7. The important guiding principle about sustainable development is foresight or vision. If you lack vision, you cannot lead the ministry. I want to personally thank the member for St. Christopher 8, our Prime Minister, who in his capacity as Prime Minister invited me to lead the Ministry of Sustainable Development, a ministry that since its inception has been led by a Prime Minister. I don't take this assignment lightly, and the pressures of leadership and foresight and future planning for the budget, the development of lands, the development of zones, of statistics, of economic affairs, does not rest lightly on my spirit and my leadership. I collectively carry this outstanding weight with a brilliant technical staff led by P.S. Chesdor Tyson. We have completed activities under the guidance of the Cabinet, the support of the Parliament, and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. We are correcting grave wrongs, grave injustices, led by the former leader, the former Prime Minister, and the member of number 7, who never sits in this Parliament. We've had a land fair and engaged thousands of petitions, regular Thursday afternoon meetings of which I sit and I absorb tears and pain on behalf of the people of St. Kitts for wrongs done to them, for votes. And I will say this every time I speak about land. We've allowed strategic partnerships with NHC in particular, allowing for construction of NHC homes on sustainable lands, a policy that empowered and then disempowered the people of St. Kitts. We've corrected that. Independence Heroes distribution of land free at cost for those who design our national dress, our national dish, our national flag, and our national anthem. Our Young Professionals program directed to bankable, career-driven professionals who want a piece of land and want to build immediately. Our Land Interest Reset program that meant interest from years ago wiped away, 7 years to pay your land and an extended period to make your 25% deposit. And we are ongoing in our commercial lot assessment to recoup needed funds for development and infrastructure. The Ministry of Sustainable Development is currently in this month of October celebrating its month of sustainability. We are celebrating the month under the theme Leading into the Future. On Tuesday, 28 October, we join our sister ministry of Environment, Constituency Empowerment, Climate Action, Parks and Beaches, and Solid Waste Management Corporation in a symposium on sustainable settlements. We will engage in knowledge-sharing exercises on integral cross-cutting work that the departments do in relation to land. And this is everything from persons who complain about commercial activity on a residential property, like stone cutting in a neighborhood, of persons who complain of derelict vehicles and mechanic shops in a neighborhood, of bars that are being established in places not zoned for commercial activity and vending activity. We are looking at some of the challenges that were perpetuated and proliferated by the member for number 7 as it relates to farmers occupying lands for sustainable development designated specifically for housing. We are righting these wrongs and not disempowering either the farmers, the vendors, or the mechanics. We're finding space for everyone. We have to look at this dichotomous relationship between land, agriculture, and commercial activity to ensure everyone has rights and access to land, which is our only form, our best form of empowerment. I'm closing, Madam Speaker, but I cannot close without registering the commitment of the MPs. In particular, our exercises in regularization would not have been possible without the support and commitment of the members for number 8, number 6, and number 3. These MPs have taken their commitment to the empowerment of our people seriously. Thanks to Prime Minister Drew, Senior Minister Dr. Douglas, and Minister Maynard, the people heard your commitments before 2022, and the ministry delivered. And I want to register that member for number 3 confirmed that the fake land regularization exercise, it was not the brainchild of that failed unity construct. Do not be fooled. That was and is and will always be the hallmark of a Labour-led government. The end on that point. Special thanks to the Minister with responsibility for NHC, who has accepted the charge of the Senior Minister to construct a social house for one of the more vulnerable communities of the New Amsterdam community. This is a case that was brought to the ministry through several avenues, including the church community in St. Paul's, the Labour Party administration, the oldest and most structured political party in the Western Hemisphere and Commonwealth Caribbean, that has systems which allow for cases to be brought to MPs who sit in this parliament and take their work seriously. I take this moment as the lead for the Ministry of Sustainable Development and the Minister of Lands to thank each and every one of you, not just the MPs, not just the ministries, but the people, the communities of Lagreet, New Amsterdam, and Upper Monkey Hill for your trust and belief in this 2-year-long process. Congratulations to all the new landowners here in St. Kitts today. May the title that we delivered, the real, let me drink some water because I need to say that very clearly. The real, legitimate, stamped, and certified certificates delivered to the people of these communities, and the allowance that we have made for them to take an entire year to pay their stamp and transfer charges, which only a caring, Labour-led administration could do. Congratulations to all of you. And to the families that we will serve in the future, congratulations too. Madam Speaker, let us take a page, or rather a chapter from the books of the MPs who make the time to connect with constituents, to understand their challenges, to join the meetings, to make the calls, and to support the ministry's work. Being in Parliament, it is not performative. It is not a grandstanding role. It is a commitment to people, to process and empowerment. The worst thing, Madam Speaker, that can be done is not doing the thing that ought to be done. And today, And yesterday, Labour, the Labour-led government, did the thing that ought to be done to correct injustices. Thank you.
Thank you to the honourable member, Senator Dr. Clark. Is there another statement? Very well, next item.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Public business, bills, second reading.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lead the debate of and have read for a second time in this honourable House the bill shortly entitled the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Bill 2025. But before I get into the meat of this historic, monumental, defining moment bill, Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to reflect for a bit. Madam Speaker, when I was young, my grandmother taught me many principles, two of which are: when storm clouds gather, keep your hands steady and your eyes forward. And the brave man is not he who doesn't feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. In a sense, she would not have used these exact words, but would have taught me these principles. Madam Speaker, over the past 3 years, our federation, indeed our region, has braved through a storm of global economic shocks and of reputational headwinds that put St. Kitts and Nevis hard-won prestige at risk. In the center of that storm stood our Citizenship by Investment program, a program that has helped to pay public servant salaries, build hotels, powered businesses, and put food on many tables, but which, left untended, could also be imperative for our financial stability and our mobility, and dull the shine of our reputation as a high-standard, dignified, innovative member of the international community and well-respected ambassador of small island developing states worldwide. But today allow me to speak directly to our people about the full story of our brave journey. A national journey to build this federation, to protect, reform and sustain our CBI program, to explain clause by clause where possible what this bill means for the Honourable House, what this bill means for our people. Madam Speaker, the journey from headwinds to leadership, what we found and why we acted. It is very important that our people understand the journey and why we did what we did. When our administration took office on 6th August 2022, we inherited a program that had become the single perilous pillar of our national budget, meaning our economy was basically standing on one leg, the CBI leg. At its peak, CBI revenues approached 60 to 70% of total federal revenue, an overwhelming concentration that the IMF itself had warned is a major source of vulnerability, and which they informed that we committed an error that could really affect our economy and that we should really put in place corrective measures to diversify our economy and to strengthen the governance of the CBI program. That commitment informed immediately regulatory actions in late 2022 and early 2023 to raise standards, eliminating underselling and re-anchor the program in transparency and the rule of law. These reforms were not academic, they were existential. They saved our international standing and preserved the mobility of our citizens. Madam Speaker, we have been frank about these facts. Between 2015 and 2022, large volumes of economic citizen passports were issued. While value per passport fell markedly, the global concerns about discounting and incomplete projects gathered force. That is why, beginning in December 2022, we criminalized underselling, instituted stricter due diligence standards, and raised our minimum investment thresholds. Hard choices, Madam Speaker, but these were made to restore the platinum standard of St. Kitts and Nevis and build a better federation. Madam Speaker, we invite our citizens to invest, and once they invest and pass the strict due diligence, they're invited then to become a citizen and can apply through a passport. But Madam Speaker, from the first months we chose engagement over isolation. We held frank and honest conversations regularly with the United States, the United Kingdom, and the European Union, and we participated in a sequence of bilateral and multilateral meetings that shaped the reforms culminating in today's bill. I will start by speaking about the U.S. Caribbean Roundtable on CBI held on 25th February 2023 here in St. Kitts and Nevis at Park Hyatt, led by our team here in the U.S., but this was led from the U.S.'s team, the Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. Together with our OECS CBI colleagues, we committed to 6 principles: mutual recognition of denials, mandatory interviews, FIU checks, regular audits, retrieval of revoked passports, and suspension of applications from certain countries such as Russia and Belarus, and the Belarusians and the Russians. This meeting, hosted in our federation, was a turning point and placed St. Kitts and Nevis at the forefront of regional reform. Madam Speaker, after this, we attended the EU CELAC conference of July 2023, met with the US Treasury October 2023, met with the UK Home Office August 2023, February 2023, and December 2024. We also met with the EU Visa Office January 2024 and December 2024, joined the UK EU-US Roundtable August 2024. Madam Speaker, I personally participated in the 3-day Wilton Park Roundtable with UK, EU, US Treasury, January 2025, a historic discussion to consolidate progress and coordinate expectations. This meeting involved all stakeholders staying 24/7 in an ancient castle in the middle of the UK countryside, focused on one thing: building a better, more sustainable CBI program in our region. Madam Speaker, these successive engagements built the mutual confidence that allowed us to move beyond piecemeal fixes to a shared regional architecture. It is that Wilton Park Roundtable that energized the final stretch of work towards the drafting of this bill being debated today. Madam Speaker, as OECS in 2024, St. Kitts and Nevis advanced a memorandum of agreement to harmonize minimum investment thresholds at $200,000, end underselling, share data, audit programs, and move decisively toward a regional regulator. Madam Speaker, this took guts, especially with the fact that the CBI is the pillar that was keeping up our economy. Madam Speaker, the Memorandum of Agreement was signed by Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis in March 2024, and St. Lucia in June 2024. It is no exaggeration to say the idea was born in Bastia and matured across the OECS. We collectively established an interim regulatory commission to create this agreement. On that committee, chaired by Governor Antoine of the Central Bank of ECCB, this was our country's representative was Archbishop Isaiah Philip. The commission engaged a professional drafter, attorney at law, Lydia Elliott, a former ECCB attorney, and they traveled to all 5 of the OECS CBI territories, meeting with our respective cabinets, opposition parties, civil society organizations, churches, and the general public to hear their views in order to craft the bill and the ECC-IRA agreement we are debating here today. Madam Speaker, this is a monumental achievement to get all countries to sit and come up with a regulatory body to make sure that the OECS would conduct the business of CBI in a very well-structured, a structure that engenders confidence, a structure that makes sure that this program would survive, continue to be viable. This, of course, cannot be understated. In July, they published the first draft. They welcomed input from our international partners and the general public. They refined the agreement and published it again. Public consultation could reach no higher standard, Madam Speaker. We are therefore proud to associate ourselves with the transparency and accountability which are etched in the fabric of this bill and the ECC-IRA agreement. Madam Speaker, we had to do a lot to make sure our CBI was cleaned up and strengthened. Madam Speaker, Team Unity led by the member for number 7. Unfortunately, he has left, as he usually does. This left a tattered CBI for us to inherit. If you were to ask anyone in the industry, Madam Speaker, there was a lot of work to do to get this on the right track. I was heavily criticized, Madam Speaker, because of the actions that I took to help to bring it to where now we can have an OECS regulatory body. Madam Speaker, St. Kitts and Nevis, people were telling us had to get things in order. Madam Speaker, I want to reassure our citizens here in St. Kitts and Nevis that we have done the necessary work to make sure that we clean up what needed to be cleaned up with respect to our CBI program. Madam Speaker, on 23rd September 2025 in Castries, St. Lucia, OECS heads of government announced the agreement to establish a regional regulatory authority and to adopt uniform measures on security, transparency, enforcement, and a region-wide US $200,000 minimum. This is the vision we advocated for and realized. Remember that St. Kitts and Nevis was the first to move. I was also criticized for that, Madam Speaker. But the reason why I decided we needed to take the leadership on this is because had we not done that, all of us across the region would have suffered, including St. Kitts and Nevis. The pain might have been delayed a bit, but the pain would have been worse, Madam Speaker. And so the tough decision had to be made. I said from the beginning that this would be the toughest thing that I would have to deal with. We had a number of things in the Federation to deal with. Our health care, our water situation, our energy situation, our national security situation, our international image. As you go, our food security. As you go from ministry to ministry, you realize there were significant things to deal with, important things to deal with. But of all of that, I said that the CBI would be the one that would really cause me the most, I will say, challenge in this term. And a lot of the things I may not have said then because, as I said, once everything become apparent, I will reveal even more information. I went for the first time to reveal how many citizenships we would have had. For the first time, that number was revealed. When the member from number 7 was the minister responsible for this, and he was asked, he said he couldn't say it because it was an industry secret. Well, since when the citizenship of St. Kitts and Nevis become some sort of industry secret? Hid it from the people, Madam Speaker. When the member from number 7 struck the deal for the prison project, nothing came to the public. When he was asked again how many citizenships were being offered, that number again was hidden from the people. He's not here to answer. I wish he were here. so that he could stand if he wants to speak, and I will sit and listen to him. As I always give him the opportunity to express himself without interruption. Whether he chooses or not to do so is up to him. But he cannot deny that he gets the opportunity to really express himself. So, Madam Speaker, the bill before us today, the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement, Bill 2025, gives that agreement the force of law in St. Kitts and Nevis and operationalizes the next stage of reform. It is the capstone of a journey that began with hard admissions, continued through relentless engagement, and now culminates in a durable regional framework that protects our economy, our security of our partners, and our good name, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, this is a big relief. I came in as the newest Prime Minister in 2022 at that point in time. And this was one of the things that I had to really seek to push through, not just here in St. Kitts and Nevis, but on the regional level. And I want to thank my other Prime Ministers who have come on board, and together we are seeking to establish this regulatory body. Honourable members, Madam Speaker, the arrangements of sections and the operative clauses of this bill are clear and purposeful. And other members will comment on them, Madam Speaker. But for example, the bill is cited as the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025. Commencement is by the ministerial order in the Gazette, ensuring we can synchronize the start date with the regional partners and administrative readiness. So we are going to pass it fully and operationalize it through the Gazette, because by the end of this month, all the countries will be on board. And at the end of this month, we have a regional meeting with our international partners, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 2 defines the terms used throughout: agreement, authority, council of ministers, appeals, tribunal, regulatory law, regulatory offense, and so forth. It deals with the enforcement of the agreement. It deals with offenses and penalties. Madam Speaker, part of this is very important. Let me go through the enforcement of agreement. Section 4, force of law. The agreement establishing the ECC IRA has the force of law in St. Kitts and Nevis, and it enters into force in line with Article 95 of the agreement. This embeds regional regulatory oversight directly into domestic law. I wanted to put that to show that this allows the regulatory oversight for regionally directly into domestic law. And all of the other territories will have this exact law. We will have the same law. And so in each of our territories, the regulatory body will have direct oversight into domestic law. I say that to say that this is serious when we say, as a region, we want to have, I would say, harmonization of our programs and make sure that our programs are properly managed, our programs are safe, our program continue to deliver for the development of the region, and our program continue to deliver for the development of our people. Madam Speaker, Section 5, if any conflict arises between this Act and another enactment, the Act prevails to the extent of the inconsistency. This Act prevails. Section 6, financial provisions. Government shall contribute to financing the authority as per Article 30. So we have to finance this authority, this body. The offenses and penalties, including administrative fines. This is the bill's enforcement hand. Deterrence calibrated to behavior, with room for criminal prosecution where conduct crosses bright lines. So, Madam Speaker, this is not just being put in place and people still think they can do what they do. This bill itself said there would be penalties, and we ourselves will make sure that this bill is not being thwarted by any type of machination at all. This bill must be enforced and must carry out what it intends, or what we intended for it to carry out. Madam Speaker, knowingly or recklessly furnishing false or misleading information to the authority is an offense up to US $100,000. And that can, or you can get 12 months imprisonment. This addresses misrepresentation risk in a high stakes program. Madam Speaker, Section 8, failure to cooperate / obstruction. Non-cooperation or obstruction draws fines of up to $100,000 and or 12 months imprisonment, reflecting the gravity of stonewalling investigators or inspectors. Madam Speaker, this is serious. This has teeth. This bill demonstrates that it means business when it comes to really regulating the CBI programs throughout the OECS. Section 9, conflict of interest, mandates avoidance of conflicts and compliance with codes of practice. Failure may incur administrative fines up to US $50,000 and sanctions under Article 65.2 of the agreement. This aligns market behavior with integrity norms. More penalties. This is where the teeth is. So people must know they cannot just do as they like. Section 10, non-compliance with directives. Failure to comply with an authority directive is a regulatory offense attracting an administrative fine up to $50,000 plus a daily fine up to $300, while non-compliance continues after notice, creating a real cost of delay or defiance. Section 11, other offenses, failure to appear, take an oath when summoned, up to $5,000 and or 1 month imprisonment. Unauthorized disclosure of confidential information, you can get charge up to US $150,000 and or 18 months in prison. Madam Speaker, these sanctions protect process integrity and sensitive data. For example, Section 12, general penalty for contraventions without a specific penalty up to US $50,000 for individuals or $100,000 for corporate entities, and US $1,000 per day for continuing offenses. Again, calibrated deterrence, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 13 to 14, agents, promoters, developers, diligence providers, and so forth, offending market actors face not only fines, but also revocation or suspension of licenses or authorizations. Corporate responsibility provisions ensure managers cannot hide behind the veil of incorporation. Madam Speaker, notice of discharge and liability, administrative fines, exclusion. Section 15, the authority may serve a notice of opportunity to discharge liability for certain regulatory offenses with specified particulars. Offense, fine, appeal rights, timelines in Schedule 3 form. Section 16, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I go through each of these, it is demonstrating clearly that this bill has teeth, and therefore anybody who seek to act in contravention to this bill will suffer the penalties. Madam Speaker, I want to say from this broad perspective that my colleagues are going to also bring this to their different parliament. This has been a work that took a number of years, between then and now about 3 years, because I started with this on day one. And to culminate with a regulatory body in the OECS is a tremendous achievement. If nothing else, I feel satisfied that what I know would have been the most challenging aspect of my leadership is being dealt with, and we are finalizing it with this significant historical achievement. I want to say to those in the CBI industry that we expect you to follow the laws and regulations. We expect you to do business in a transparent way, a fair way, a way that would protect your business, our country, our partners, and the world on a whole. We expect you to do and act in a way to make sure that our program does not come under any scrutiny in terms of affecting its reputation. Madam Speaker, I say what I say today because the CBI program today can contribute to our national development. Contributing today to the development of our Basti High School. Contributing today to the development of infrastructure projects. contributing today to our current budget, creating jobs for our people and opportunities for our people, allowing investment to flow in. And therefore, that is part and parcel of our whole economic structure here in St. Kitts and Nevis that must not be taken for granted. However, we have to make sure that it is properly managed and governed. Let me say, Madam Speaker, we cannot just depend on the CBI like we used to, 60 to 70%. That, to me, would have been a significant error to bring this country to depend on this program to supply 60 to 70% of its revenues. Why is that a travesty, Madam Speaker? Because like anything else, if you're standing on one leg, you are very vulnerable. If we're talking about building a sustainable island state, we cannot build a sustainable island state with an economy that is so heavily dependent on one sector, such as the CBI. That is why we are seeking to diversify the economy. That is why we are powering progress, Madam Speaker, powering progress through economic diversification. And what are we doing to do that? Our strategy, which we have, which is a sustainable island state strategy. That strategy is guiding how we conduct business here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That strategy has 7 pillars, Madam Speaker. And how are we addressing them to diversify our economy? How can you have a strong economy if people cannot get water? Water is such a basic need. After air is water, then food. Water is such a basic need that any country that is under the stress of getting water or having access to water is a country whose development is already negatively affected. Think about it. When you don't have enough water, people will be sicker. If you're sick, you can't produce. When you don't have enough water, it means people will become inconvenienced. Imagine people have to get up in the morning to go to work for a particular time, and when they get up, they're not sure if water will be there or not. Delaying people. You might say, oh, you got delay an hour, and you got delay an hour. But if you add up all those hours across an economy, you will see the hundreds of thousands of hours lost in productivity just because you don't have access ready access to water. That is how the lack of water can affect an economy. When people don't have water, they are stressed out, more stressed. And that, of course, would affect them in different ways. When you don't have enough water, you have more viral illnesses, which mean more sick leave. When you don't have enough water, it means that you can't wash your hands as frequently, which means more gastroenteritis, more illnesses, more sicknesses. You can't wash your dishes as you like. You can't wash your clothes as you like. These are the stresses of water, from psychological to physical to your food preparation. And all these things would have an impact on economic development. That is why mostly all of the great civilizations in this world started on riverbanks. If you go to Egypt and the banks of the Isles, that stretches, and that river stretches all the way back up into the highlands of Ethiopia, especially the Blue Nile. If you go to India, the Gandhis. Even if you come to the United States and you look at the Great Plains and you see where they lived along the banks of the Mississippi River and so forth. So we are clear that water plays a central role to the development of any community, the development of any economy. Access to water is fundamental. So that is why we want to go back to 24/7 water, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the CBI program, a program that provides significant economic opportunities, but by itself cannot deliver everything. It has to be leveraged well. Madam Speaker, the other thing is a matter of energy. How can we have a diversified economy if we don't have enough energy? We must reach a stage where we can provide 24/7 access to energy to our people all the time, in a reliable way and a secured way. That is why we are buying new generators, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for partnering with us. And this is being led by our Minister of Energy to make sure that we get the generators that we need. Madam Speaker, under the last administrations, we heard about surplus after surplus after surplus. And when you go to the power station, Madam Speaker,
Not one investment.
not one. Not one. No investment in water. No investment, significant investments in energy. Madam Speaker, that is why we are concentrating on these basic things. Because without these basic things, you can't build a country. No water, no energy. So if you don't have water supply and energy supply, how are you then going to produce enough food? So therefore, you cannot speak of food security if you can't have access to water and energy. And that is why we have invested now $40 million US, I think, is going into our generators. $40 million US. That's 108 million EC dollars. Another $50 million into water. That's 200 million, approaching $200 million. Let's say $158 million. Madam Speaker, that is what we are doing, diversifying the economy by making sure we have the very basics. So, Madam Speaker, when people have that, then you can produce food. Then agriculture department would have a good basis on which to expand. But in addition to that, to expand our economy, Madam Speaker, we need a healthcare system that is robust. That is why we are building out a modern country, water 24/7, energy green 24/7, green and reliable for 24/7, building a modern hospital with modern services, Madam Speaker. Having enough food being produced in a healthy way for our people. Look at where we are going. This is not guesswork. This is actually by strategy. Madam Speaker, we are talking about circular economy, recycling and reusing. And we have a program with the Republic of China, Taiwan. And I want to thank the Minister of Sustainable Development and also Environment and Climate Action for really pushing on that. Madam Speaker, we're talking about health care and social protection. That is why we increase minimum wage. That is why we gave pension to our GAE workers. That is why we gave education free for our college students. That is why we increase salaries for civil servants. That is why we eliminate GoFundMe for children who are in need of advanced medical care. That is why we are heading to national universal health care, which will be a big part of our agenda for 2026. Madam Speaker, is a strategy. And that is why we gave our children the Aspire program. Because how can all of this be sustained? Our people must have the requisite knowledge of how money works and how to invest and build a financial, I would say, a financial future to end poverty. So all this, none of this is guesswork. That is why we started the Senior Enrichment Program, because our elderly population must not be left behind. Or even the elderly, when they go movies, I hear a joke the other day, I sure you all heard it. First time in her life she went to the movies under our elderly enrichment program. The movie on, and maybe something she ain't like. She said, change the channel. And seriously, I'd never been there. This comes under the ambit of our social protection strategy. That our elderly must be taken care of. We are now embarking on a program with Ross University to do significant work at the Carding Home, so that our vulnerable population who has to go to the Carding Home will be taken care of. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm saying all of this based on our 7 pillars. And one of the big things in there is our technology. Because all of this needs technology. And I want to thank the Minister who is leading on that as well. And so, Madam Speaker, we are advanced in our technology as part of our diversification strategy, not to depend so heavily on CBI. That is why We are, right now, you can pay your taxes through an IT application with Inland Revenue. You can do your driver's license renewal online. If you come into St. Kitts, we have the most advanced ETA system in the region. You don't even need to check the immigration. You fill it out, all is clear, you just walk to the airport in St. Kitts and Nevis. Everybody's impressed. They want to know how this small country achieved this. Madam Speaker, we're heading to a national ID and we are on track. The minister is here. And I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan again for partnering with us. In 2026, St. Kitts and Nevis is expected to have a national ID. Do you know what that means? We'll be, I think, the first country in the Caribbean. Digital national ID. I think we'll be the first in the Caribbean to have it like that. We're small, but we're leading. It means you can apply for a passport and you don't have to go down to stand up in a long line down there. All of the government payment system will be online. We are shifting government business online to make life easier. And what that means when you have that level of technology available in your country, it attracts investment. And whatever we do here will become more efficient. That costs, that results in economic growth. Makes life easier for our people, improve the quality of life for our people. This is a strategy, Madam Speaker. But all of these things, when we're diversifying, look at our tourism product, and I want to thank the Minister of Tourism. Her strategy is helping us to diversify from the CBI program. We see more ships, more flights in, more overnight stays. We saw a significant increase in our sector in 2025. Marriott had the best year. Ask them. Marriott, Koi. Ask them. They had an excellent year in the tourism sector. Cruise and, of course, persons coming in. All this is because we want to diversify our economy. This is a strategy. Look at our agriculture where we're going back into large-scale farming. Our program that we'll be having in Cayon of 100 acres will need 300 workers. Every 10 acres need 30 people. So 300 persons will be needed on that one project, Madam Speaker. We've gone back into heavy farming. It is beyond just a Tabasco project. It is to provide food and to complement what our farmers produce so that together we can create a reliable market working in tandem. So we are serious about water, we are serious about energy, we are serious about food, Madam Speaker. Large-scale farming once again, beyond the Tabasco project. We are serious about technology. We are serious about tourism. We are serious about investments, Madam Speaker, investment. The discussion right now in St. Kitts is this investment or that investment. Before there was no investment. We have a 30, you know what they say last night? Bill. Bill, labor bill. Bill, Drew, bill. We have a $30 million investment at Fort Thomas because I was sitting there for a long time. And I welcome input from our people with respect to that project. But the truth is, we have been able to attract foreign direct investment. Can you imagine? Nobody thought that Fort Thomas would have such an investment. But because that is part of our strategy to diversify the economy, we are able to attract such a large investment on that side. That will help to protect Fort Thomas, because Fort Thomas, if the revetment is not done, it can fall into the sea, Madam Speaker. So we'll protect Fort Thomas from the scourge of climate change. This is what we call sustainable development, protection of the environment, diversifying the economy. This is where labor is power in progress, Madam Speaker. Power in progress. Can you imagine that? That will provide jobs now in construction. It will provide jobs once it's done. It will be a significant tourist attraction, not just for St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. It will be an international tourist attraction site. So while the international people see it and they say, oh, this is international, when they come in, they will get to know who we are as a people. Sometimes you have to attract people in different ways. Sometimes you have to think a little bit outside the box. It has an international flavor. But the substance of it would be about our people, Madam Speaker. It will be the talk of the town. Where this country St. Kitts? What they got over there? Well, I hear they got something over there that nobody expects to be over there. Let's go over there and go see what that is. It's going to attract people from outside. We are thinking outside the box. We are protecting Fort Thomas, preserving our history, giving it an international flavor. That would help to attract people just to go there, to that, Madam Speaker. That is what we are about. Madam Speaker, we have attracted the largest marine operators in the world, Safe Harbor. Who would have thought we could have attracted that into Christopher Harbor with all of the issues that people were talking about with respect to Christopher Harbor? And they are going to be operating from November of 2025. This year, we're going to have, I would call, a robust yachting sector. That is what, so they're going to help to diversify the economy. We'll have a cruise sector and a yachting sector because that facility will be able to attract the largest super yachts from across the world. Madam Speaker, this is Safe Harbor, a company owned by Blackstone, which is a $250 billion company. This is a serious company that manages all of the major ports in the U.S. They have one in Puerto Rico, which is a U.S. territory. And outside of the U.S. territory, St. Kitts has attracted such investment. They just bought Monaco. Monaco Marina. Monaco Marina, they just bought. They bought St. Kitts first, then Monaco. Because the network is the US, Europe, Monaco, in the Caribbean, we are going to be one of their hubs. Right here, off of the US territory. St. Kitts and Nevis. Can you imagine that? Investment, foreign direct investment, that's going to provide jobs. And all levels already had to increase the number of immigration officers. Because we have to make sure that our borders are safe. Our custom officers to man that. We have already done the assessment and we know how much we'll need. Because we're going to need 3 shifts over there. Because the yachts can come in at any time. Whereas the airport closes at maybe 9, 10, 11, something like that. Over there can't close because the yachts can come 2 o'clock in the morning and the immigration officer and the custom officer must be there. This is serious investment. None of them have anything to do with CBI. That is part of our investment strategy. We want investment that are non-CBI driven. However, we still want CBI so that we can diversify our portfolio. So those are 2 significant investment opportunities, no connection to CBI. Madam Speaker, we have another one. I'm not talking about local investment, foreign direct investment, which is the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. And I know that this has caused in recent time some difficult discussions. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel is a very high-end hotel. That hotel alone would put St. Kitts more on the map. Where is the Ritz-Carlton? Go to St. Kitts and Nevis. The investors have bought the land at Southeast, which had always been private land, never owned by the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. They paid about $17 million for their land. Of course, we get our piece because we have transfer fees and different things like that. But they have actually paid $17 million for their land. They have done all of the groundwork and everything, the plans and so forth, and they are ready to start construction, Madam Speaker. But there, of course, are a few vendors at that site. The vendors were notified, Madam Speaker. And this is what was determined, let the last tourist season pass and give the vendors a chance to make from that tourist season so that they can transition between the end of the last season and the beginning of this season so they are not lost. We accept that there are some challenges. But let us think St. Kitts and Nevis, a $250 million investment. An investment that every country in the Caribbean wants, but we were able to attract it here. Every single one of them wanted. Because they're asking, how were you able to attract something like this in St. Kitts and Nevis? It's because it's our strategy and we have competent people. And so you don't want to lose a significant investment like that. Especially because the people have bought their land. They're not leasing the land. The government didn't give them the land. They went on the private market. And they were told that in St. Kitts and Nevis there's a good environment for investment. You buy your land and you are given the opportunity to develop your project. And so we are saying that there is a good middle ground. Allow the $250 million US project to go on. While the vendors who are there, they're obviously squatting because it's not their land. To give them an opportunity at a site and help them and assist them to set up so that they too can continue their work, their endeavors. But the question is a tough question for us. We are attracting good investments. Should we lose our risk a $250 million investment of a very high-end hotel that will give jobs and build our reputation and our reputation in the world, rather? This is a tough question when it comes to development. But we are looking for the middle ground, and we think that that is the best middle ground. So we'll offer, of course, the vendors the opportunity to go to a place where they can continue their work and allow the investors who bought their land to build this hotel. These are tough questions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have investors who are seriously interested in Kittitian Hill. Our own local people are investing. For example, next to the golf course, we have the boutique hotel that is being constructed, or being done rather, by a local investor. That's investment. As I told you, the Tabasco project, back into large-scale farming. So we are having farming, we are having yachting, we are having hotels, we are having tourist attraction, we are having IT development, energy development, water development, food security. And at the same time, we are doing everything to protect our people. Expanding pension, expanding health care, elderly care, child care, mental health. We're not leaving our people behind. Increasing minimum wage. We have the highest minimum wage in the region. Look at what we just did with the land. A whole Rastafari community in St. Paul. You know how good I feel? Everybody know I'm a half Rasta. I feel good. Eh? When you see them guys, they never dreamt that they would reach the point where they can actually have a paper in the hand, a real paper to say, I own this land.
And the government paid for it.
Look. Yes. Exactly. A recipient who is right here. Own his land. You know what? When you lie down on your bed and you see that you own your land, you know what kind of feeling that brings? We need to ask him, you know how that make you feel? Never thought they could, but under this Labour government, we want to empower our people. And so they have gotten their land, those in Lagreet, those in St. Peter's. This is the type of empowerment that we have to drive. These are the kind of things that drive economic development, socio-economic development. Our people must not be left behind. And if you look at our strategy, every stratum has been touched. Look at it. The young people, they have been given free college, laptops, tablets, and a spike. The young people, all that they have been given. The working people, the civil service had an increase. Let us not forget that. They had an increase. We expanded for those who work in the civil service, the GAE workers' pension. They got that as well. And we are now, before us, expanding our health insurance offers to our civil servants so that when they retire, they can continue with their health insurance. We are putting that in place, and that can be in place very shortly. It has come before cabinet. Can you imagine when you retire, presently some people can't keep their health insurance when they need it the most, but we are going to make sure that our civil servants can continue with their health insurance up to the day that the Lord decides that they must leave this earth. We're not leaving our people behind. They must come along. And therefore, we are making sure that our people are taken care of. One of the things we didn't mention, do you know that even on the step they got an increase? Yes. And Madam Speaker, when you look at the increase from 360 to 500 and add it up, is more than $500 a month.
Yep.
And it's affecting more people. That increase means that, one, when you go to the bank, you have more power. 2, you can save more if you wish. 3, you can invest if you wish. And when you retire, your social security pension will be higher as a result. And I see someone in the audience who loves social security. Your social security pension will be higher as a result. This is how you empower people. And that must never be underscored. Because sometimes I hear the talk, oh, $500 a month. But we just did that in wages. And that covered much more people than the PAP covered. The PAP covered, compared to that, relatively, a small number of people. But this increase in wages, putting more than $500 per month in people's pocket, is much more than the PAP. Much more sustainable than the PAP. Much more dignified. Better pension. More strength before institution. You can save more and you can invest. But Madam Speaker, we did not leave it there. We wanted our people to be able to invest. And we have launched a bond, a government bond, in collaboration with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Both us and Grenada. The minimum amount to invest in the bond used to be $5,000. Well, tell me how much people could just go and pick up $5,000 and invest. That is why in this country the rich would get richer, because the rich can take up $100,000 and buy the bond and get a bigger interest than the bank would offer for savings and get richer. But because it was out of the reach of the ordinary people couldn't invest. And I said to them, no, I would not offer the minimum $5,000 in my country. I said, bring it down to $500. So today the bond is being offered at a minimum of $500 with an interest that is much more than any financial institution. And therefore, ordinary people can pick up $1,000, $2,000 and put it there and get a bigger return. I mean, you may not even want to spend it after you get it back. You might want to buy some more. And so we want our people to become investors, buy bonds, buy shares. I want you all to go by the Treasury and find out about it. Walk in. When you don't work on a Friday afternoon, walk in, tell them, I want to buy bond. Just call it the bond. I can buy the bond thing. And invest some money there. 4.25. I'm encouraging our people to invest. We have floated this bond so that you can have access to investments, because you just can't depend on a salary. These are the opportunities we are giving our people to participate in a diversified economy and stop our heavy dependence on the CBI. We have not left our people behind. We have given our people the opportunities. And the other night when I was in Saddlers, it dawned on me. I think we probably need to do more town hall meetings, because there was a gentleman in there, I could never forget him. His name Mr. Prokop. Mr. Prokop is a farmer, coming just very farmer-like. But when Mr. Prokop spoke, you understood that the man was in tune and understand what he's speaking about. Mr. Mitchum, who was there, Mr. Powell, who was there, they got up and spoke. And then you had teacher Maggie, who got up and spoke as well. Who spoke so intelligently and gave us the opportunity to tell them about the bond. Just take your phone and get a QR code and find a $500, $1,000, $2,000. You can't judge how much money people got, So I ain't judging people at all. But invest in the bond. Don't allow just the regular people who make so much money from it over the years to do it. I want to hear a man say, boy, he using a weed eater, boy, I had a little extra $500. I went down there and tell them, look, let me buy some bond down there. I want to hear ordinary people buying bonds. I want to hear ordinary people buying shares and investing. And that is why we have decided that our people must not be left behind. We have to create opportunities and a structure that is sustainable and a structure that can help people to empower themselves through education, better health, investment opportunities, and small business. Madam Speaker, on this small business, I did a pilot project for my own office recently with about 25 people, I think 20 to 25 people. And we provided some seed money, but they had to go to class. And you had to go to class 80% of the time. And the output would have been a business plan. So you had to go to class 80%, participate in class, and do a business plan before you get that seed money. And Madam Speaker, people show up. Rain or thunder, they show up. And you see them applying the principles to their businesses or the businesses they're about to start. And now we are setting up a monitoring system. Because we must have a small business association once again in St. Kitts. No economy can really grow and be sustainable without a robust micro and small business sector. I met with National Bank, I met with small business, my office, Mr. Philip Brown, who is a man who is in that space, and I said to them, we need a plan to make sure that small businesses get the support that they need. Not just financially, but support in other ways as well. And that process has started. Because we want to make sure that small businesses get support. And that will be expanded so that we can strengthen the sector. I want to thank the CIU on its first anniversary as a statutory body that has launched a 10,000 grant, I think, to 25 small businesses, small and micro businesses. Again, they're coming on board saying, look, we want to stimulate small businesses, micro businesses here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That, again, is part of our strategy to limit our dependence on the CBI program and to get our people going. Madam Speaker, I'll give you an example of a young man from Connery. Years ago when he was in school, he said he wants to take over the ornamental fish business in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so he went to work for a particular company, the company or business that I would not call. And he said, I'm going not for the money, but to learn. The young man has a business called Camp David Fish from Connery. And when we had the Agriculture Week of activities at the fair, he had the largest display of ornamental fish in the whole country. He had a shirt, Camp David Fish, CEO. And when you go and you look at his business, he said, I've expanded my business. I could come to your house, bring your tank. Just tell me what size tank you want and where to put it. He's going to build your tank. He's going to decorate it, put in your fish, take care of your fish if you want, put in the pumps. He offers all of that services at Camp David Fish. To show you that if young people and if people in general who want to start small and micro businesses, if they get that support, how far they can reach. You can't underestimate our people. There's big businesses selling ice pops. Just calculate how much ice pops you can sell a day. And if you have it properly structured, there's business that can be made almost of anything to satisfy a need that the society have or people, the society has or people might have. I'm simply saying that we have to diversify our economy, but our people must be at the center and they must not be left behind. And that is why I'm demonstrating how we have not left our people behind. At the Development Bank, we had an offer where you do a student loan and we delay your repayments at a lower interest rate. And we want to expand that some more so that our people can have access to tertiary level education. And the Minister of Education is here. The most offerings for scholarships for tertiary level education ever in our history. For our people. Our people must not be left behind. The area of sports must not left behind. Sports back in school, the Minister of Sports is here. Back in school. Scholarship for sports. From the program that my ministry runs, the National Security Football Club. The National Security Football Club sent off a young man from Keyon very recently who got a football scholarship in the US. Out of our program that we run. opportunities for our young people. Keep out of trouble, do something positive, and get to advance yourself. That is what we are offering. So our people will not be left behind. So, Madam Speaker, that is why we have brought this regulatory bill today to strengthen the CBI. And while we strengthen the CBI, we want to diversify the economy at the same time as well. And so every single minister has been working hard. Ambassador Kenneth Douglas, Ambassador Leonata, they have been working hard to ensure that we achieve our goals that we have set forward. And while we power progress, Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up by saying this. None of this would have been possible without, I would say, good governance. Good governance and the rule of law are the most important. The rule of law is fundamentally important. Whether it is the criminal justice system, whether it is the armed forces and the non-armed forces that participate in our security apparatus, and I see members of the Royal and St. Kitts Nevis Police Force here, and I want to thank them for their strong service. Because the safer St. Kitts and Nevis is, the better the environment for investment. The more economic activity you would have, the safer your society is. And that is why I want to encourage all of us to take the national security seriously. It is all of our responsibility. Not just the police or the military or the commissioner or the commander. And we thank all of them for their strong service, but all of us must participate in it. And that is why we introduce what we call dealing with violence and crime from a public health perspective. Madam Speaker, creating that environment for our people to. Good governance. That is why I gave the member from number 7. A security officer, a driver, duty-free vehicle, and the opportunity to have his diplomatic passport. He has a choice. He can apply for it, it's his choice, but it's there for him. Because we have to create an environment that even though there are differences, that we are robust democracy and we are governed by good principles and the rule of law. These are the things, the basic things that help a state to establish, and they also help a state to be respected. Once these things are in place, they help economic growth, social advancement and development, Madam Speaker. I don't take these things lightly. So irrespective of how I feel personally about the minister, and I don't feel any hate towards him at all, that it is not part of my well-being. But even though we are different politically, he served this country, and therefore he has to be treated in a particular way. Same as the member from number 6 should be treated in a particular way. Or any other who would have served or continue to serve. Madam Speaker, all these things are not by accident. These things are part of our agenda to ensure that we achieve a sustainable island state. Everything we are doing is part of our sustainable island state. And I dare say as well that you can only power progress if you have a clear strategy and a strategy that responds to these times. And these times require us to be a state that is sustainable, a state that deals with climate issues, but at the same time the advancement of our people. Madam Speaker, this is no easy work. This is a tough work, a hard work. That is why I thank this team every day. It is challenging, but I think we are living up to the challenge. With all of the crises around us, we are living up to the challenge. And let me state categorically, that St. Kitts and Nevis continues to support to ensure that the Caribbean remain a zone of peace. It's important. At the CARICOM level, the OECS level, the international level, we are saying that the Caribbean must remain a zone of peace. We cannot negotiate that. That is non-negotiable. Because if there is no peace, hardly anything else we can maintain. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say clearly that what we have embarked on today with this bill is part of our building out of a sustainable island state, making the CBI sustainable. The CBI cannot be sustainable unless it is properly governed, unless the laws that surround it are such that it maintains, that the CBI is maintained in a state that it can continue to deliver to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis what we envisage it should deliver. Very important. So this regulatory body will make sure that all of the countries are acting appropriately, that this regulatory body would mean we will put the best practices in place. This regulatory body would mean that nobody can thwart our laws, otherwise there would be penalties and serious penalties. This regulatory body means we will engender confidence in our international partners and our own citizenry with respect to the CBI program. So this is a significant achievement today. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I will now take my seat and I wish this bill good passage.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. Just a second, Honourable AG. Before we proceed, I must give this bill proper authorization to be moved, particularly when a bill speaks to the public revenue, funds and or taxes. A fiat must be signed by the Governor General and the Minister of Finance. I am in possession of same. And it reads, for the record, to the Honourable Minister of Finance, in pursuance of Section 43 of the St. Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order 1983, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for the introduction into the National Assembly the following. 1. The Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025, dated the 17th day of October 2025, signed by our Governor General, Dame Marcella Liebert, signification of the Minister in respect of the above matter, pursuant to Standing Rules 25 and 54. To the Honourable Speaker, I signify that Her Excellency, the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet and in pursuance of the relevant provisions of the Constitution, recommends the introduction, dated the 17th day of October 2025, to the Minister of Finance. That is the fiat read into the record. Honourable Member, Honourable Members, it is now 1:34 p.m. I suggest we rise for a short adjournment to allow for lunch. 1 hour flat.
You guys.
1 hour. Yes. 1 hour. Yes, please. So we will be back at 2:35. 2:15. Oh, very well. So, given that notification, I assume that we're going to be here on time. 2:15. All right. The House will rise for lunch and will resume at 2:15 p.m. recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, I rise to second the debate, but reserve my right to speak until the end to clarify any legal issues that may arise.
Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Senator, Madam Jones.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to express my perspective on the critical legislation before this esteemed assembly, the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Bill, Agreement Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that our nation's Citizenship by Investment program faces significant external challenges. Entities including the United States, the European Union, and the United Kingdom have raised concerns regarding security, transparency, and the rigor of our due diligence processes. The international pressure is mounting, and I contend that this bill is largely a direct response to that scrutiny. However, its political ramifications for the future of our CBI program are therefore substantial. Madam Speaker, let us be candid. The principal aim of this legislation appears to be the preservation of our revenue stream by mitigating the existing risk of visa sanctions, travel restrictions, and international blacklisting, rather than solely enhancing our existing framework and operations to satisfy good governance practices. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that in an effort to address these external threats and ensure the sustainability of our CBI program, our nation has embarked on a collaborative regional initiative with St. Lucia, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, and Dominica to meet international standards. It is my sincere hope that this initiative will indeed lessen our exposure to global scrutiny and foster recognition for collective effort to reinforce our economic foundations. Madam Speaker, while I commend the introduction of stringent regulatory oversight and unified security measures, I am compelled to highlight the escalating financial and administrative burdens that this bill imposes upon our Federation and member states. Enhanced oversight comes at a cost. I repeat, enhanced oversight comes at a cost. Let me be specific about the new obligations we are being asked to assume despite having a CBI unit. Madam Speaker, we are mandated to contribute funds to establish the ECCRI according to Section 61A and Article 31A of the agreement. The initial budget of the authority shall be funded from an initial contribution from each participating state based on a formula mutually agreed upon by participating states. Madam Speaker, this is not a one-time payment, but it is the beginning of a sustained financial commitment to cover ongoing operational costs. Madam Speaker, I do hope, as a matter of transparency, the formula will be shared so we can have an idea of the mandatory contribution. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the government is responsible for covering the fees associated with services provided by CARICOM Impacts JRCC, as dictated by Section 61B and Article 81 of the agreement. The funds allocated will support enhanced security services and database maintenance, constituting a new recurring financial obligation for our government. Madam Speaker, our Citizenship by Investment unit will face an increase in internal compliance costs. We are subjected not only to an annual independent financial audit, but now a biannual independent operational audit in accordance with the internationally accepted auditing and financial reporting. This is stipulated in Article 61.7 of the agreement. This necessitates that the increase and recurring allocation of government resources to finance external auditors. Non-compliance with the ECCRIA directives could incur significant administrative penalties for us too, Madam Speaker. Per Section 12 of the General Penalty, a corporate body could face fines ranging from US 50,000 to 100,000, Madam Speaker. Article 30.5, which is subjected to Article 31.3 of the agreement, empowers the ECCIR's board to impose a supplementary regulatory fee of up to 10% of fees due if revenues fall below 95% of the budgeted expenditure. This creates financial uncertainty and a potential for unforeseen costs being levied upon us until the reserve funds becomes self-sufficient. Article 14 establishes a board of directors, but a review of the entire article reveals a concerning lack of transparency regarding their remuneration. It remains entirely unclear what the compensation of the board of directors will receive and from which budget it will be drawn. Note that the board shall comprise not fewer than 9, not more than 11 members. We must also be mindful that the board may appoint committees, which increases operational costs for the ECCIRA and, by extension, our governments. Madam Speaker, I highlight these costs to demonstrate a fundamental paradox. Compliance with these new international standards imposes considerable financial burdens, yet it does not guarantee any significant increase in CBI revenue. In fact, the minimum investment thresholds for donation, currently at $250,000, have not been increased. Raising our fees now would be exceptionally challenging, as our federation already imposes some of the highest charges in the region compared to competitors like Dominica and Grenada at $200 and $235 respectively. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move on. A new and deeply concerning provision threatens to erode our market competitiveness. Article 48 now mandates a physical presence of 30 days within the first 5 years following the issuance of citizenship or naturalization certificate. Madam Speaker, this requirement directly undermines one of the core value propositions of any CBI program: global mobility without residency obligations. It threatens to deter the very high-end net worth individuals we seek to attract, which may lead to a decline in application and consequently a decline in revenue. Finally, and perhaps most critically, is the matter of national sovereignty. This bill explicitly grants the ECCIRA the supremacy over some of our own national laws. Article 64 requires our national CBI unit to comply with the authorities' directives as if they were domestic law. This represents a significant yielding of our autonomy, transferring final decision-making authority to a regional body. We are, in effect, being asked to surrender sovereign control over a vital component of our national economic policy. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I'm usually brief, straight to the point. I understand the importance of the bill. While I acknowledge the undeniable necessity of responding to international pressure to safeguard our nation's citizenship by investment program, I wanted to highlight that the proposed solution comes at a significant cost to our country and member countries. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator Jones. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General, seconder of the bill.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. Today is a good day. I can tell you, as one of the people that has worked in this area for the last 3+ years to try and find a new way, a better day for CBI, this, I think, is one of those days. The Prime Minister gave a very good synopsis of the journey to this day, a day that we are sharing with 4 other parliaments throughout the Eastern Caribbean. And I'm very happy that we've reached this point, which I think is one of the final hurdles in the race towards having a sustainable citizenship by investment program in the Caribbean. The Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court have been some of the most successful institutions in the world. When the EU was forming, they actually looked at the OECS and our Eastern Caribbean Central Bank as a model upon which they could develop their own union. Today, ECIRA, the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, is going to be one of those other successful regional organizations representing about 700,000 people in tiny islands in the grand scheme of things in the Eastern Caribbean. We should be proud of what we have accomplished despite our geographical and population limitations in being the most successful in the world in certain things, and collaborating is one of them. I want our people to understand that it doesn't matter that we are from St. Kitts and Nevis with a current population of about 51,320 according to our last census, but as part of the bigger group of the OECS, with around 700 to 750,000 people, we are making waves throughout the world, and we are creating institutions that can stand the test of time and truly be sustainable in the true sense of that word. But, Madam Speaker, I say that because I think it's important for anyone listening to tell the story of CBI for St. Kitts and Nevis. It's a story we should really tell our children, because it's an important story. Citizenship and investment for us was similar to what sugar was for us. It was our main industry for quite a while. And when you tell this story, the history of a nation, you have to tell an honest story. So I won't repeat some of the things that the Prime Minister has said, because I think he has clearly elucidated the story of how we got here in just over 3 years. But I think I need to repeat certain elements of it before I get into the nitty-gritty of the agreement. Now, in late 2022, we stood on the edge of the proverbial cliff, Madam Speaker. If we did not reform, we could have lost visa-free access to key partners, but we didn't blink. We could have lost our reputation in the world, but we decided to clean house. We raised thresholds. Despite pressures, we criminalized practices that had cheapened our good name. We strengthened the Citizenship by Investment Unit by law. We faced facts about controversial projects that flooded our system with units and brought intense scrutiny. And where files suggested false representation, we were brave enough to act and We gave people an opportunity, we gave them due process, and we took action. We then now, after acting and going with the arsenal of action in our bag, we went out and made our case. We had face-to-face, table-to-table meetings. Some of those meetings, Madam Speaker, I can be frank to you, it's embarrassing for me as a proud Kittitian division to hear what was said about us. I could say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we were looked at in a very bad light because of things that happened, particularly between 2017 and 2022. I was actually told to my face that, Attorney General, it's a good thing that you all are here because you were going to be blacklisted by us. And this is major nations where a lot of people in this country have family members and that they visit regularly. I've been in those rooms, Madam Speaker, and it is only because these people who once saw a pariah nation saw people who were willing to build and willing to change and willing to adjust and had good intentions and were keen on establishing a sustainable island state guided by the rule of law, that narrative changed to the point where St. Kitts and Nevis, then considered the international community as a pariah in 2022, now has become the leader in this race to fix our citizenship by investment program. That should not be lost because there are a lot of people that have a lot of things to say. They don't say it in Parliament, but they say it outside, claiming many victories and so forth in relation to CBI. They were the downfall of CBI. We were the ones who came in and decided that we need to fix it. We sat with the U.S. Treasury here in St. Kitts, February 2023. We agreed on 6 shared principles. Prime Minister and a team went to Brussels in July 2023. I went to Miami in October 23, Dominica in January 2024, Grenada in August 2024, West Sussex in the middle of nowhere, in an old castle that the staff said was haunted. And we sat there for 3 days. Imagine a prime minister of a country sitting down in a meeting in a castle in the middle of nowhere, can't leave, for 3 days, sitting down, meeting with our international partners and our colleagues in the region to try and find a solution to CBI. Lots of sacrifices. We had many virtual meetings, visits, UK Home Office, to prove that the reform was real and it was durable. We did not ask the world for a favor. We asked them to judge us by our actions. In other words, talk is cheap. Look at what we did and then judge us. And we are not like them. They did judge us, and today we bring to this House the legislation that laces our promises into law. And let no one be fooled. St. Kitts and Nevis and the mature decisions that were made by the member for number 8 as Prime Minister is the reason we are here. It's the reason in Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, and St. Lucia, they're going to similarly, Dominica already has, but the others will similarly debate this bill. We led this. And no one else in the region would argue against it because we hold one head. And everyone knows. We did something that not long ago seemed impossible in the CBI space. We agreed across 5 sovereign nations, 5 sovereign programs, to one minimum, one set of rules, one regulator. This was the complete opposite to what was done by our predecessors, who in 2017, when they lowered the minimum investment threshold, to I believe it was $125,000, claiming to be a hurricane relief system, and they created a race to the bottom. Despite one of our friends and neighbors in the OECS actually being destroyed by Hurricane Maria. 2 very different things. One coming together one fighting against each other and racing to the bottom. Now that, in my view, my humble view, was greed. What we have done is statesmanship. That, in my humble view, was treachery. What we have shown is leadership. And that is why, Madam Speaker, when the history books of Caribbean CBI are written, it will record that St. Kitts and Nevis, under this St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration, led the journey that culminated at Castries on September 23, 2025, and is now embedded in this EXIRA bill. History books will not tell any lies, whilst others might. Now, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to go into the 99 article agreement. Now, this didn't come out randomly. There was an interim commission set up by the 5 CBI OECS territories. They went about their work. They engaged a professional drafter. They went to each territory and met with the cabinets, opposition, civil society, churches, general public. They had town halls to create this agreement. They had different versions. They met with the AGs in Anguilla, I think it was in May or late April. And we went through it in detail. They went back out. They reviewed it. They met with more stakeholders. They reviewed it again. They sent it to international partners. They got the comments. And we ended up with an agreement that the heads of our 5 countries signed on September 23rd. And all of us agreed that by the end of October 2025, we will pass it into law. And that is what we have by a 99-article document. What it does, Madam Speaker, is it creates a single regional regulator, defines its council, board, and secretariat, appeals tribunal, sets powers for licensing, inspection, enforcement, transparency, links our due diligence system to the CARICOM impacts and the JRCC, which we work closely with to protect our borders and national security. It mandates uniform standards across all 5 programs and provides for funding, reporting, and accountability. It is, in effect, Madam Speaker, the constitution of a modern regional CBI regulatory regime. That's a difficult one to say, so I'll repeat it. Regional CBI regulatory regime binding each member state to the same high bar. And if you would permit me, Madam Speaker, I'll just go through each article and give a summary so the general population can understand what this agreement says. Article 1 is the title, EXIRA. And that's what we're calling it. ECCIRA, EXIRA. Article 2, the use of terms. It defines the different terms within the agreement. Article 3 speaks about the application. It applies to the agreement. It applies the agreement, to the administration of the programs, CBI programs in all of the participating states. As I repeat, Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Kitts and Nevis are the 5 states that participate. It establishes EXIRA as a body corporate with capacity to act, sets the location and legal instruments, seals, enumerates functions and powers, and states core guiding principles. Article 4 deals with the establishment of the authority, creates EXIRA as a body corporate. We're familiar with that. Article 5, it refers to the common seal that all companies, corporations normally have, statutory. Then Article 6 is the official seal. Article 7, it speaks to the headquarters and service of documents. Article 8 is the functions of the authority. It lists comprehensive regulatory functions, including standard setting, supervision, audits, enforcement, data collection, transparency, coordination, and information sharing. Article 9 deals with delegation. It allows the authority to delegate functions to directors, the CEO, and competent persons and authorities. Article 10 deals with the powers of the authority, including investigation, sanctions, referrals, directive, MOUs, fees, and cooperation. Madam Speaker, we could kind of look at the EXIRA similar to how the central bank functions. The central bank, one of its functions is to regulate all financial institutions throughout the OECS. So it is that regulatory body that hovers over to make sure everybody is acting within the rule of law and within the regulations that guides banking. This is the same thing here in relation to the 5 states that operate CBI. Exera is going to act as a hover over the programs of those 5 states to make sure that all of the principles which we have agreed to are being satisfied. So that is why they have certain powers like investigations, sanctions, referrals, directives, etc., etc. Article 11 deals with the core guiding principles, sets risk-based, integrity, transparency, due process, etc. Then Part 3 deals with the political and managerial governance. So Article 12, the Council of Ministers is established. It comprises ministers responsible for CBI programs. It meets at least twice per year, similar to, for example, the Monetary Council for the Central Bank. And it may vote without meetings, sets procedures, and has quorum rules. Article 13 deals with the responsibilities of the Council of Ministers, which is to issue policy directives, guidelines binding on the authority. So questions as to sovereignty is the same questions that arise when it comes to the central bank. At the end of the day, the political leadership of the states are who make the policy decisions. We do it, as I always say, we hold one head in the OECS. That's why we've been so successful. And when we don't hold one head, matters don't go forward. So we try to find consensus. When we don't, we proceed as is. So there are no issues as to sovereignty. It's similar to how the central bank functions. Then Article 14 deals with the board of directors, which vests powers in the board, which can be 9 to 11 members nominated by the states and regional institutions. And the board can form committees, etc. And it must act in the public interest, naturally. Article 15, fit and proper persons. So it must be persons with integrity, competence, persons without conflicts of interest who should be on the board. The Article 16 deals with the tenure, generally 3 to 7 years. Article 17 deals with disqualification as a director. Article 18, resignation. Article 19, revocation. Article 20, vacancies on the board. Article 21 deals with the chief executive officer of Exera. Article 22 deals with the appointment of secretary, other employees and inspectors. Article 23 deals with advisory committees. Article 24 deals with the remuneration of directors, committee members, officers, and advisors paid from authority funds. Article 25 deals with the oath of secrecy and confidentiality. Article 26 deals with meetings of the board. Article 27, disclosure of interest and abstention from voting. Article 28, immunities and privileges according to the authority. Similar to central bank officials, governor, and so forth, having certain immunities within the OECS, Exera officials would have similar immunities. Part 4 deals with financing and accounting. So Article 29 says the financial year of the authority shall be XY. Financing authority should be state contributions, fees, compliance levies, administrative fines, etc. Article 31, reserve fund and surplus distribution. Article 32, budget and plan of action. Article 33, financial reporting and accountability. Naturally, that's very important for any institution where regional funds are being put in. And it requires international accounting standards, independent audit, access to records, publication, etc., as well as tabling of audits from Exera in the different parliaments. There's an annual report in Article 34 required. Article 35 says that annual reports are supposed to be submitted to ministers and then laid before Parliament and published, so the general public can understand how Exera is working. Then there should be Part 5 deals with licensees and other authorized, registered, and regulated persons. Article 36 deals with mandatory pre-qualification, which requires the units, CIUs, in the different territories to screen and forward any agent, promoter, developer, applicants, etc., so that Exera is aware of all the participants in CBI in the different territories. Because what typically happens in different territories is that the individual units regulate the actors. What will happen is Exera will be another form of regulation, so the units need to say, these are the people we're doing business with. Then Article 37 deals with operations of specified developers. This is a big deal for the general public. You want to know that the developers that are participating in CBI are not siphoning off the funds, and they're actually building the projects that they're using CBI funds to build. Article 38 is the register of applicants for license. Article 39 is the register of licensees. Article 40 is requests for information from Exera. Article 41 is a conduct of inspections. Article 42, enforcement of non-compliance. Article 43, suspension or revocation of pre-qualification or no objections. Article 44, uniform standards of licensees and other persons. That deals with due diligence, ethics, marketing, client care, etc. Then there's part 6. They have the uniform, Article 45 is the uniform standards and timelines, which is the authority-issued eligibility documentation and due diligence standards, consultation and transition process, and uniform processing timelines. Article 46 is the register of applicants. Each state must maintain a secure register, and Exera accesses it, audits it, and quarterly reports it. So in other words, each unit has to report to Exera how many applicants, and certain details will be available to Exera for their audit purposes. Article 47, which I will speak to in more detail, deals with the maximum number of approved applicants, as well as 48 deals with residency and genuine link requirements, which I'll go into more detail after I get to Article 99. Article 49 deals with compliance with residency and genuine link. As I said, I'll go into more detail, as well as 50 dealing with obligation to conduct background checks. I'll go into more detail with that. Then 51 deals with collection and protection of biometric data. Now, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, during our meetings, our international partners, our friends, our regional partners were very happy to see us implement our ETA system, our electronic travel authorization system, because that allows for there to be biometric facial recognition and so forth systems that can feed into our programs to ensure that there's safety of our borders and of our program. So biometrics is something that's very important, because you can have a situation where somebody looks very much like somebody else, and you need a way to verify. How you typically do that is biometrics. And this is going to promote actually collection of biometrics from anyone who becomes a citizen of our country. And I'll go into more detail about the different ways we can have the genuine link and safety concerns are dealt with. Then 53 deals with independent due diligence service providers, the criteria and independence requirements, so to make sure that anybody doing due diligence for any of the 5 territories are proper companies that are actually visiting the businesses of these people, making sure they reside where they say they reside, making sure their source of funds is the actual source of funds, and so forth. 54 deals with oversight and audit of due diligence, of course. Exera will make sure that every unit is doing their proper due diligence, and they might pull certain files and say, okay, we believe that this due diligence report is sufficient to satisfy our minimum requirements, and so forth and so on. It's to make sure all of us have the same standard when it comes to due diligence. Article 55 deals with suspension and special treatment of nationality, which allows suspension and enhanced measures for specified nationalities and risks. We already have a blacklist of countries that cannot apply for citizenship in St. Kitts and Nevis. This is a way for there to be control over high-risk countries, or countries that are in conflict where a due diligence officer may not be able to verify information. So it might not just be a country, more than likely it's not a country necessarily with bad people. It's just a country that is in a bit of turmoil, where it would be almost impossible for a due diligence service provider to go in and actually verify the information. Countries at war, conflict, and so forth and so on. Military rule, etc. Then 56 deals with interview requirements. All of us already do mandatory interviews, so that confirms what we agreed and what we have implemented. And mandatory interviews means anybody that applies actually has to be interviewed, not necessarily in person. Some are done in person and some are done virtually. To verify, they ask standard questions. The units have developed questions to ask them to confirm that they can verify the information they have in black and white. 58 sets the terms for interviewers. 59 sets the interview protocol and content. Article 60 deals with changes of names. Article 62 deals with exceptions to changes of names. Article 63 deals with implementation measures for change of name. Article 64 is directives by the authority. It empowers EXIRA to issue binding directives to units and actors. Any regulatory authority would have no teeth unless they can actually issue directives to the units that they are regulating. Then there are codes of practice and conduct in Article 65, escrow accounts in Article 66, this is a big deal, which prescribes the establishment and management of escrow accounts, so we can't have what we had in the past where escrow accounts are somewhere foreign that we don't know. But once you agree with somebody who's bad, you can get anything done. Article 67, it's audit of the unit and competent authorities, mandatory audits. 68 is oversight and response to audit reports. 69 is distribution of passports issued prior to presence. 70 deals with revocation of passports. 71 deals with retrieval of revoked or recalled passports. 72 deals with exchange of information with competent authorities. All subject to, of course, data protection requirements. 73 deals with information sharing on denied and withdrawn applications. So one of the things that was not good in the early days of CBI is that one unit in St. Kitts and Nevis might not have been sharing information of denials to a unit in Dominica, for example. So somebody who was rejected in one territory could have applied to another. That no longer happens, it's already been implemented. But this formalizes that. So if you're rejected in one place, you're rejected for all. Because there would be a reason naturally why you were rejected. And then there is prohibition in Article 74 on processing denied and withdrawn applicants. So in other words, nobody can say, okay, we will take you now. And so there's a prohibition on that. Article 75 deals with establishment of a database with the JRCC to support security, due diligence, and transparency. Article 76 deals with mandatory data fields, what are required with the ICAO, ISO, data protection principles. Article 77 is data submissions, which designates national competent authorities, secure portal submissions, and prompt updates on status changes. Article 78, access, use, and security, that limits access to JRCC and competent authorities. Article 79 is data protection and confidentiality, which is very important whenever you have anyone's data. Article 80 is oversight, audit, and reporting, which mandates annual independent audits, authority oversight, directives, and annual reporting, SOPs, and policies by CARICOM Impacts. Article 81 is the role of CARICOM Impacts / the JRCC. Article 82 is monitoring compliance. 83 is monitoring improvements within the program. 84 is dispute resolution by the authority, which empowers the authority to hear disputes, issue directions, course orders, and delegate powers. Article 85 is appeals from enforcement actions of the unit. Article 86, disclosure of information, which protects investigative records from disclosure where prejudicial. Article 87 establishes the appeals tribunal. Article 88 is the power to make rules, so the board can make rules on administration, auditors, etc. 89, periodic review and amendment. 90, consultation. It provides that for consultations on interpretation and application, generally or in specific cases. 91 deals with settlement of disputes, which encourages negotiation, referral to the council's good offices. 92 is the signature. It opens the agreement for signature by participating states. 93 is ratification, which requires ratification per national procedures, which is partly of what we're doing here. 94 is depository, designates the Director General as a depository of the agreement. That's OECS. 95, entry into force upon the 5th ratification, which means that the agreement goes into force once all 5 of the CBI territories actually pass it into law. I believe we are the 2nd of 5, Dominica being the 1st earlier this week. 96 is provisional applications, which allows provisional application upon declarations by at least 3 states pending entry into force. 97 deals with accession by the other states. 98 deals with withdrawal from the agreement if anybody wishes to withdraw the requirements to do so. And finally, Article 99 suspension of participation on temporary cessation. So nobody can say I didn't go through every single article of the agreement so that people can understand what it means. Now, I want to, as I said earlier, I want to speak specifically about 3 of the articles which I think are very important for our people to understand. Because at the end of the day, all of our people are marketers of our CBI program. Residency and genuine link. Now, the EXIRA requires that every main applicant and every listed dependent must commit to a genuine and effective link via residency and integration obligations before grant and for renewals. This is a major change in citizenship by investment in the Caribbean. Every applicant and dependent, meaning if it's a family of 4, mother, father, daughter, son, you must come to St. Kitts and Nevis for 5 days within the first 12 months after you were granted citizenship. You must come to St. Kitts and Nevis for at least 5 days within the first 12 months after you are granted citizenship. Now, over the first 5 calendar years after you are granted citizenship, you must spend at least 30 days in St. Kitts and Nevis to qualify you to have a renewal of your passport. What that means is, though, the whole family does not necessarily have to come. The whole family must come for 5 days, not necessarily together, but in the first year. After the first year, in the subsequent 4 years, at least one member. So in other words, if there's a father, mother, daughter, son, the father could come for 15 days, and then the mother and the 2 children can come for another 15 days, and that will make up the 30 days that qualifies for renewal of your passport. Now, this is also very important. I think our people will be happy to know that the 5 countries agreed to this. There is a mandatory program that may include civic education, cultural orientation, community service, or an interview. So this is in-person or virtual. So in other words, any new citizens, after this is implemented, will have to take almost like a test to test if they understand our culture. The people are familiar with this because in the US, there is usually a test. Correct, member, for number 1? There's a test you must do before you can be granted your citizenship. So this is what we call the genuine link. Somebody who has applied to become a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis through providing for an investment in our country must then understand our country to be able to hold our passport. And this is something that everyone agreed. Also, before passport renewal, a declaration of presence must be filed. In other words, you have to satisfy your 30-day, your 5-day, your 30-day, so there's a mechanism to verify. And also, I want to point out something that person should know. There was a very interesting discussion on the 30 days. If a father comes for 15 days, and the mother comes on the day the father left, that day is only counted once. So you can't overlap. So one person must leave on October 17th. The other person can come on October 17th, but you can't count that date twice. This is something that the drafters felt that we need to express in the agreement. Now, there are also exceptions, because, persons might be humanitarian, inability to travel due to conflict, medical, age, or security risks. For example, a state may exempt physical presence, but it must notify the authority. You hear that? So states cannot do what they want. They must notify the authority and give reasons why they may have given somebody an exemption not to satisfy the visit residency requirement. And failure without reasonable excuse to establish your residency or your genuine link is grounds for revocation of your citizenship or passport under domestic law. So we then now have to adjust the regulations to ensure that we satisfy that aspect of the agreement. Now, how is it enforced? States must prescribe evidence for Article 48 compliance. That is the residency requirement. At application and at passport renewal, including immigration records, certificates of completion of the integration program, etc. So the authority has to be satisfied that each state has a way to prove that the person has actually satisfied those requirements. A person can also come pre-grant. So an applicant dependent may establish residence prior to being granted citizenship with notice to the unit. So if you know you've been approved in principle, because typically when you do an application, let me guide you through it. You submit your application, you say, listen, me and my family are good people, we work hard, and this is the money that good money is what we use to invest, and you go through due diligence, you get an approval in principle. If, for example, you know that it is likely after the approval in principle you have to make your full investment, it will take 3 months, but you're keen to travel to St. Kitts and Nevis for music festival. You get your approval in principle in May. You might not get your citizenship until August, but you can notify this, I want to come with my family for music festival, so I would like our 5 days to be counted when I come for music festival, even though I haven't been granted the citizenship yet. So this provides an avenue for that type of family or that type of applicant to be able to qualify for the period even prior to the grant, but that would have to be done after approval in principle, more than likely. Then the authority issues guidelines on these things, and yes, and this applies to applicants. So this is not retroactive. So after XERA comes into force, after the 5th country ratifies and we set a date, then these requirements would come into place. So not persons that are already in the stream, it's persons whose applications come in after this. Then now, this is also a very interesting one, Madam Speaker. The board can recommend a maximum number of citizenships to grant for each state. And that's based on demand, economic impact, absorptive capacity, and reputational risk. So for example, each country can make the argument to the board and say, well, we believe XYZ, so we think we should be allowed this number. And there should be an objective criteria that applies to each of the territories, and that is an option, it's not mandatory. So it's something that can be determined. And there are many persons who argue there should be a cap. So this is the section that facilitates a potential cap. And then there is obligation to conduct background checks. A comprehensive multi-tiered risk-based due diligence review is mandatory for every main applicant and each dependent aged 12 and above before conditional or final approval. Minimum checks include identity, nationality, legal status verification against national, regional, and international watch lists, OFAC, SDN, UN sanctions, PEP databases, prior names, aliases, verifications, criminal history, funds flow verified by licensed financial institutions are reported per AML law, biometric verification, financial background analysis, interviews and follow-up as needed. So this solidifies and sets the terms for due diligence, so we make sure that it's only good people, people who won't cause trouble, people who don't have criminal backgrounds and have improper motives get into any of our programs. And there's also a mechanism for enhanced due diligence for people, politically exposed persons, high-risk jurisdictions, and complex structures. So, Madam Speaker, effectively, all the discussions that have been had in respect to CBI have been addressed in this agreement and therefore by this bill. It's almost as if every issue that has been raised, whether internally or internationally, has been addressed. And that is what happens when you have such wide consultation, regional agreement, stakeholder involvement to get these things done. So I just want to explain why this is important, and I'm almost finished. Yes. Okay, good. Implementation. So passage of this bill is the start line, then implementation is the race. So we'll do the commencement order. We'll align commencement with our ECERA partners to ensure a smooth region-wide start. So nobody can say they've implemented before another. We're all starting together. And then we are going to deal with the funding of the authority. And we're going to deal with the issues about funding for CARICOM impacts and JRCC. We're going to then get the regulatory instruments resolved. We're going to then have a transitional period from commencement. Then we're going to have what we call an enforcement posture, where we'll publish the code of practices and so forth. And then we're going to deal with the reporting and public confidence. Because at the end of the day, we can debate and we can argue and we can talk about the black and white, but we need our people to trust us that this is a good thing. And I think it's important to say, as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, and I heard member opposite mention it, and I've heard other people saying that this bill, this agreement is just about pleasing international partners. No, it's about protecting St. Kitts and Nevis, protecting Kittitians and divisions, safeguarding our international mobility, safeguarding our public finances, and ensuring that when a mother in Upper Monkey Hill, which we'll go to shortly, to create new landowners, asks what CBI has done for her family, we can answer and say schools, hospitals, better water supply, jobs in sustainable industries, and a resilient safety net. That is the point of it. That is the point of it. I don't want that to be lost. I don't want people to think that we just, when international partners tell us jump, we say how high. That's not how a sovereign democracy works. We take care of our people first, and then we examine all of the geopolitical issues thereafter, but our people come first. And we're doing this for our people. So under ECERA, revenue will be cleaner, steadier, and it'll be used as an engine, and not just one engine, which we are running on for so long. You know, we are trying to diversify the economy. This will just be one aspect of the economy, and the Prime Minister went into great detail about that. Enforcement restores confidence. Confidence preserves visa-free access. Mobility sustains opportunity for our students, entrepreneurs, and families. We already know what has happened this year, and all the fears that people have had of not getting student visas, not being able to chase their dreams, and so forth. This is part of the big picture to ensure that our people can be whatever they want to be and go wherever they want to go to become what they consider to be successful people in their life. And our reformed options on the CBI, the SISC, public benefit and real estate, are tuned to fund critical infrastructure, climate resilience, and social development projects, and they are part of our sustainable island state agenda. Okay. It's very important for me to say and to end by saying that we did not kind of just end up here or drift here unknowingly. We led our region to here, Madam Speaker. From the Park Hyatt session in 2023 through Brussels, Miami, Dominica, Grenada, Wilton Park, Catch Trees, we have led. We have led. And we've had a steady hand, and we have been crystal clear in what our vision was. And this is one of the results of hard work and vision. And we now turn a page from a model that was too dependent on single revenue to a stream in a balanced economy, and from fragmented oversight to coherent regional regulation, and from reputational exposure to reputational strength. This is truly a new way, and now the CBI is fully reformed. It is time to build on the progress we have already made, and build we shall, Madam Speaker. And with that said, I do wish this bill, which is essentially the acceptance of the agreement signed by the 5 heads of the territories I mentioned before, I wish it safe passage. But before I finish, Madam Speaker, I wish to point out the proposed amendments that have been circulated to members. As I said, this bill was not drafted in our chambers. This bill was drafted by the interim commission, and the version that we circulated to members originally was the second to last version. And the proposed amendments are only to the fines. So the final version of the bill, not the agreement, because the agreement is set in stone, it's been signed, but the final version of the bill has these amendments to the figures that are in the respective fining sections. So clause 7, 100,000 goes to 250,000. Clause 8D the same. Clause 9 to A, 50,000 to 100,000. Clause 10, 50 to 100,000. Clause 10B, subclause 2, 300,000 to 100,000. Clause 11, 1B, 5,000 to 100,000. Subclause 2, 150,000 to 250,000. Clause 12, 50,000 to 100,000. Clause 1, 12, 1B, 100,000 to 250. Subclause 12, subclause 2, 1,000 to 5,000, and a replacement of the schedule 2, which is in, and also schedule 4 is deleted. So, Madam Speaker, these are not changes that we made internally. These are changes that were made after we first tabled the bill. As I said, the agreement was signed on September 23rd, or 23rd or 25th, one of the two, Madam Speaker, a couple of weeks ago. And therefore, these are the final amendments that have been proposed by the regulator, and they're uncontroversial because they're just adjustments of numbers, nothing substantial that would need any significant debate to justify. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I wish the bill safe passage.
Thank you. Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Is there another presenter? I guess we should rise.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, please.
I would like to take this opportunity to ask that we have a brief adjournment as we bring this bill to a close.
Very well. House will rise for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Very well. House resumes. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to wind up the debate on the bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I think that I presented all that I wanted to present, and I want to thank all those who presented on this particular bill, and therefore I wish the bill safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to give effect to and to provide for the implementation of the agreement establishing the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, ECCIRA, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Proceed.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 through 6.
The question is that clauses 1 through 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
The question. Honorable? Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair. Further to my presentation in the seconding of the bill and the debate, it is proposed as circulated that Clause 7 be amended by replacing the expression $100,000 to $250,000.
The question is that Clause 7, as amended and circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair,
yes, please.
It is recommended as circulated that in Clause 8, subsection D, the term $100,000 be replaced with the term $250,000.
The question is that Clause 8, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Madam Chair, it is proposed that Clause 9(2)(a), Clause 9, subsection 2, subsection A, be replaced with replaces the expression $50,000 with the expression $100,000 as circulated.
The question is that Clause 9, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Madam Chair, it is humbly recommended that as circulated, Clause 10, subclause 1, the term $50,000 be replaced by the term $100,000, and in subclause 2, the term $300,000 be replaced with the term $100,000.
The question is that Clause 10, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam Chair, it is recommended as per circulated that Clause 11, subclause 1, subclause B the expression $5,000 be replaced with the expression $100,000, and in subclause 2, the expression $150,000 be replaced with the expression $250,000.
The question is that clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair, it is recommended as circulated that clause 12, subclause 1, subclause A, the expression $50,000 be replaced by the expression $100,000. In subclause 1B, the expression $100,000 be replaced by $250,000, and in subclause 2, replace the expression $1,000 with this expression $5,000.
The question is that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 13 to 32.
13. Pardon? The question is that clauses 13 through to 32 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The first schedule.
The question is that the first schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that...
Madam Chair, it's humbly recommended that Schedule 2 be replaced as reflected in the document circulated. And the title of the section of the schedule is Offences in respect of which liability to conviction may be discharged by payment of an administrative fine.
Yes, please. The question is that Schedule 2, as amended and circulated, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedule 3.
The question is that Schedule 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedule 4.
The question is that...
Madam Chair, it is recommended that Schedule 4 be deleted from the legislation.
The question is that Schedule 4 be deleted from the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025 has passed through the committee stage with the amendments that were recommended. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I further move a motion that the bill be read a third time and pass into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
I beg to second that motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to give effect to and to provide for the implementation of the agreement establishing the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, ECCIRA, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next item.
Motions, resolutions, adjournment.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to quickly invite the people of Upper Monkey Hill, St. Peter's, to the ceremony this afternoon where the land regularization ceremony will be taking place. I think that is a proud moment for the area because for over 100 years now, St. Peter's have been inhabited by the forefathers of those who are there, the foreparents of those who are there now. And after so many years, we are bringing justice when it comes to land ownership in that area of St. Peter's. And therefore want to invite the people of Upper Monkey Hill specifically, and more broadly, the people of St. Peter's, to the ceremony this evening or this afternoon that is scheduled to start at 4:30 p.m. And then tomorrow we have the finals of the constituency number 8, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew constituency number 8 football cup, where we'll see the finals and the third place game be played at the Atiba Harris Sporting Complex in St. Peter's, and the games kick off at 5 p.m. And so I'm inviting the people to that as well. So there's plenty action over the weekend in the St. Peter's area. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 8. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honourable Senator Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to use this opportunity to speak on the adjournment on two matters. One, to thank the member for number 8 for the invitation to all of us as we head to Upper Monkey Hill. And Madam Speaker, I hope you two can join us and witness what we're doing here in this St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party-led administration to empower persons. The other thing I'd like to mention is, and I mentioned that briefly, that the Ministry of Sustainable Development is celebrating the month of sustainability this month. And importantly, the Ministry of Environment will be hosting a national consultation next week with Nevis Island, Nevis members as well, in terms of the National Conservation Environmental Management Act that we hope to pass in the next sitting of Parliament. We've had several consultations with key stakeholders, but we believe that the open forum would give all persons interested in conservation, biodiversity, environmental management, watershed management, and our resources would appreciate the opportunity to engage on the aspects of the bill. We will also be working towards the passing of our Architects Registration Board Act, and that too has had its own consultation, and we look forward to the opportunity to share more with the public in our sustainability symposium next week. Before I close, Madam Speaker, I want to share personal reflection of my own experience in this Parliament. And it is a charge, I might be improper in saying this, but to you as the leader of our Parliament, that as a woman sitting in this Parliament, first in opposition, as an opposition senator, I'm grateful for the experience that you are crafting and creating for us here, for all parliamentarians, but especially for women. In parliaments, in the Caribbean and globally, it is not a norm for women to sit in Parliament. In fact, we're not even 50% of parliaments globally. There are few countries, perhaps Rwanda, who has this 50+ for women in Parliament. It is not the easiest space to exist in as a young person and as a woman. It wasn't easy as an opposition. In fact, it was difficult as the opposition senator. It was very obvious, the bullish behavior, the intimidation, the preventing you from speaking, the laughter like hyenas, particularly for who was then the leader of government. And now for the member of number 7, my personal reflection is we ought not to use this as a space for intimidation and for bullying, not just for me, for I can defend myself, but in particular for you, Madam Speaker, in your seat. The chaos, the interruption, the disrespect, and the further disrespect of coming to this parliament, leaving in 3 minutes, coming to be abusive, aggressive, bullyish, non-supportive, and then leaving is a disrespect to people, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, who elected MPs to be here, and for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis that appointed us to be here, the senators. I believe that we ought to continue the review of the standing orders, which was a committee that I served on as opposition senator with the member for number 1, because there ought to be rules which guide behavior and prevent the disrespectful behavior of the member for number 7, who for the past 3 years has disrespected the entire procedures of this parliament. It is unfair to us who commit to being here, who spend the entire time here, who respect each other's opinion, and who do not create a space that feels threatening, unsafe, and difficult, especially for women in parliament. That's the behavior that the member for number 7 wants to proliferate, and we have to stamp that out. So from my personal reflection, thank you and your team for creating a better parliament for St. Kitts and Nevis. And I am making my commitment, and I'm sure all the members on both sides who stay in parliament and commit to the procedures would support you in a revision of the standing orders so that we have parliamentary behavior in our chambers. Thank you.
Thank you to the honourable member, Senator Dr. Clark. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on this adjournment to offer some congratulations to, firstly, the residents of the Lagreet community. For the first time in the history of our country, they are now bearers of certificate of titles that have their names on them and duly registered at the land registry. It must be noted on this occasion of congratulations that there are elements outside who continue to portray an already clarified fabrication that occurred 3 years ago, where the same residents were given blank copies of COTs purporting to be ownership certificates. It was then revealed, and I have copies, obviously I kept copies, and I can present a copy for the purposes of the House or for the attention of the House, where there were blank certificate of titles. Even those who are promoting the story that they were issued certificate of titles before are showing pictures of the blank certificate of titles. That is how far we have gone to perpetuate a fabrication and a lie. But to God be the glory, the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party administration has now issued fully executed certificate of titles to the residents of Lagreet. And further afield in Amsterdam, or New Amsterdam in St. Paul's, and we will journey from here to go to Upper Monkey Hill in St. Peter's to do the very same. So I want to congratulate the residents. They have been patient. They understood that they didn't own the land. That is why they were knocking on the door of sustainable development every week to see if we were really doing this. And they were really thankful. I met with almost every single one of them. And when I was able to give them the news that the process was complete, men who you normally don't see a broad smile could not contain themselves with their lights, with their eyes, their smiles, and their whole body lighting up at the notion that they will become, or they are now, landowners in the country of their birth. So I want to congratulate them for this, and I want to congratulate the administration, all the hard work of all the departments involved, the AG's office, the land registry themselves, the sustainable development, the Inland Revenue Department, constituency empowerment, all of the different areas of government or departments of government that had a role to play in this. I'm so very grateful and thankful for this moment. One of my colleagues whispered to me earlier today that yesterday was one of the most fulfilling times of their life in government because they could feel the pride and the joy and the excitement emanating from the people as they received their fully executed certificate of titles. And I want to echo the sentiments of the senator on the government side and go further to say I hope for a day when elements within our system, and in particular in this house, do not see it fit to perpetuate fabrications on the altar of simply just politics. You would have made a statement to that effect today. Over the past couple of weeks since we've had the last sitting of Parliament, there have been a plethora of completely false narratives about the affairs of this Parliament. It is unheard of, but it is a show. I want the people to understand that it is a show. The member who is perpetuating this, while objecting in the last Parliament, before he could even finish the first sentence, was packing up his books because there was no intent to participate in the proceedings of the Parliament. This is unfortunate, and we should denounce it and renounce it in our halls here in this National Assembly. We are maturing. We are a maturing democracy, and it is incumbent upon us, especially as elected representatives, to at least live up to the title that has been given to us as honorable members. It is disheartening that people will stoop to every low in politics just to try and secure a vote, just to fool people to believe that they should be the one. I love competition. I love to win, yes. But when you finish this song. I'm going to finish this song, man, don't worry. But I want to win fairly. Because I always say my reward is not on earth. My reward is in heaven. And I'm not going to do anything here that is going to jeopardize that judgment day. Amen. And so I want to encourage us as members of Parliament to respect these halls. Let us go. We have had tumultuous times in the past. We have learned from some of those. It doesn't mean that we have to keep going back to certain things that have happened. And I want to commend the Speaker for your stewardship in this chair. I have served in this Parliament on both the opposition and now the government side. When I sat on the opposition side, I had no opportunity to really express my views on behalf of the people of my constituency. And so I want to thank you for the delicate way and professional way that you have been convening the business of our Parliament, and I am a willing partner to assist in ensuring that we even grow stronger and better and become a shining example for not only parliaments in the Caribbean, but parliaments across our Commonwealth member states as well. So with that, I think, was there anything else? There was something else, but I got caught up there. I think that's about it for now on the next occasion of Parliament. So therefore, I now wish to move a motion that this House stands adjourned, signed, dying.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That smile indicated they wanted me to say something extra, but good job today, and I second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that this House stands adjourned, signed, aye. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.